A very good afternoon and welcome to the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. My word, doesn't that look absolutely splendid? It is day 2 of the 5th round of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships, brought to you thanks to Idemitsu. And we are at Sepang and there's a decent crowd on hand to see the 5 races that we have got today. I'm Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell, and Barry, we had rain this morning. Weather has cleared up a little bit this afternoon, so racing should be good.
Yeah, it was dark and raining quite heavily back at 9 o'clock this morning, between 9 and 10. Then it started to brighten up, and now we've got beautiful conditions again. 30
degrees, in fact. The sun is out, the wind is a little bit down. Humidity is fairly high, which is a feature of Southeast Asia and Kuala Lumpur in particular. It's on a big open plain, is Sepang, right next to Kuala Lumpur International Airport. 5 races coming your way today around this international circuit, which has got a little bit for everybody. There's great corners, long straights, a lot of undulations.
Loads of overtaking points as well as a result. We get phenomenal racing here. We had some great races yesterday, and I'm sure we're in for some more this afternoon in dry conditions.
Hiroki Ono is the man in target. We focus on him in this first race, the TBS one-make race, because if Hiroki Ono is able to stay ahead of Ramdan Rosley, Hiroki will be the new champion, the 3rd champion of this TBS one-make series. And Hiroki has had a near faultless campaign. 195 points accumulated out of a possible 200. That is not bad. Ramdan Rosley, he's had a very good season, 144 points, but he's 51 behind. He's the only one who can possibly catch up Ono. There are 75 points available. If Ono wins today or finishes ahead of Ramdan Rosley, he will be champion, and a worthy champion, Barry Russell.
Very definitely a worthy champion. Just 1 second place. That was the closest that he's got to failure this season. He qualified 5th, just looking at him in the middle of the 2nd row there. That's his worst qualifying. And you can see noticeably he had to work hard to assert himself in yesterday's race. He won it in the end by a narrowish margin from a really on form Rocco Sessler.
This is how the starting grid will be. Rich Takahira was originally on pole position, but he is withdrawn from yesterday's and today's races, so he's a non-competitor. That means Ramdan, who's in 2nd place in the championship, is on pole position alongside Sartak Javan, with an Indian, 2 Indians on the front row. Jiranth Vishwanath alongside Sartak.
Yeah, very promising riders they are too. Vorapong Malahuan leads row 2. Next to him, the champion-elect Hiroki Ono, and outside of him, Rocco Sessler, who had such a brilliant race yesterday.
You're quite right to bring up Rocco Sessler. At 2nd place for Sessler, his first appearance on the podium. Defending champion Muzakkir Mohammed won't be defending his championship this year. He's in P7 next to Ate Kanghair, who came off yesterday, and Deki Tiano Aldi, who hasn't really pushed on as we thought the young Indonesian might this season.
And on row 4 we've got Kim Min Jae, who was looking really good in warm-up this morning. It was wet, but he looked really good. Next to him, another Indian, KY Ahmed, and outside of him, the Singaporean, Casey Clammer.
Yeah, Casey Clammer returning after injury. Filipino, yes. The Singaporean is Irvin Exen. That we were both ahead of ourselves there. Singapore's Irvin Exen looking to pick up some useful points. It's a learning experience for Irvin and for Casey Clammer. They don't get an awful lot of time on the camera because they're a little bit off the pace, but a great education for them on the TBS one make.
Yeah, it certainly is, because they have a mix of really quick, young, up-and-coming riders and the experienced old heads of Hiroki Ono, Vorapong Malahuan, Muzakkir Mohammed, Ramdan Rosley, and so on. So what will this afternoon's race bring?
Decent crowd at Sepang. Good to see that. They're here for, well, we've got 5 races in total. This TBS one make gets us up and running. It's the 3rd but 1 race of the season. We're 3/4 of the way through the ARR season. Later on, we've got the Underbone 150cc, the AP 250, the Super Sport 600, and then the big boys, the Superbikes. And all of those championships, all of them are very, very competitive. This one is the only one where we've really got a runaway leader, and that is Hiroki Ono. But plenty of others. Sessler is worth talking about. If he has another good start, there's a possibility of a 2nd podium for Rocco Sessler, and of course at some stage Vorapong Malahuan who's the father of this series, he's going to come good at some stage as well.
Yeah, no podiums for Vorapong this season. And Rocco Sessler just pausing on him again for a moment, because he's looked promising on numerous occasions during the season, but yesterday he put together an absolutely brilliant race to finish just a tenth or so behind Hiroki Ono.
Yesterday's result, Ono won it, Rocco Sessler in P2. Ramdan Rosley got P3. Ramdan has been on the podium in all but one of his races so far this season. Chiranth Vishwanath got P4 for his joint best result of the season. Vorapong Malawan in 5. Defending champion Musake Mohammed was in 6. There were plenty of casualties yesterday. Sartak, Atir, Kim Min Jae, KY Ahmed and Irvin Exon all went out early. All 5 will be hoping that they have a much better time this time.
Yeah, we hope so too. The only late crasher was Ati. Here he comes. This is a big moment for Hiroki Ono, the number 2.
Makes the others wait. He's the last one there. He'll be on P5 on the grid. It is 6 laps of the circuit. It's a 5.5 kilometer circuit. And this is race 10 of 12 in the TBS Asia One Make Championship. We are all started, we are all revved up and ready to go, and it's a good start over on the far side by the man on pole position. Ramdan Rosley, bike number 4, got away to a good start. Chiranth Vishwanath also off to a good start. In fact, it might be Chiranth who goes into the lead. Indeed it is, it's the young Indian who hits the first corner first.
Yeah, he did get away well, Chiranth, from the outside, sorry, from the inside position, the 3rd place on the grid, but he led into...
We've got a casualty. Oh, is that Hiroki?
Is that Hiroki Ono?
That is Hiroki Ono. Oh my word, the championship was there for the taking, and Hiroki Ono is down on corner number 3. He's got up quickly, he's going to try and accelerate away. But my word, there is a story in every race in this championship.
And it came very early. We saw early crashes yesterday from the less experienced riders. This time, let's take a look at what happened. Oh, halfway around the corner, the back just gripped and threw him over the top. I was saying earlier, the closest he's come to failure this season was finishing 2nd in a race back in Mandalika. This time it's a crash at turn 1 for Hiroki Ono. I never thought I'd say that sentence.
Incredible. So Hiroki Ono, he's a long, long way behind. He did get back on the bike. We're not quite sure how bad the accident was and what damage it will do to the bike. But back up at the front, it's an opportunity for Ramdan Roslan to really take us into Buriram. And you never know, racing is such a fickle creature. So much can happen very, very quickly. Ramdan, can he take advantage of Hiroki Ono's misfortune?
And he's got Vorapong behind him. As you say, Vorapong still looking for his first podium finish of the season. And Sartak just behind him.
Sartak once again showing very, very well. He's a good racer, Chiranth Vishwanath. You've got the white helmet of Chiranth Vishwanath, the white helmet of Vorapong, and also the white helmet of Sartak. They're all chasing Ramdan Rosley, and behind them Rocco Sessler has settled in nicely. Musake Mohammed is on that little group as well. As they're coming down to turn 15, it's the hairpin at the end of the penultimate straight and into the home straight, and this corner caused a lot of problems yesterday in several of the classes. Everyone negotiates it well on this occasion, and it will be bike number 3, Vorapong Malawan, who has the lead after the first of 6 laps.
So, Vorapong, Sartak and Ramdan Rosley lead that group across. Chiranth Vishwanath, we know he's progressing well, and Rocco Sessler all in that group. And there is Hiroki Ono. Something just bounced off the back of his bike. He's going to have to come in. The screen smashed, you can see there.
Hiroki Ono, I think he's coming round turn 15. Maybe he's going to come into the pits. He'll want to pick up points. Obviously, there's a minimum 3 points available if you finish here. But Hiroki Ono is trundling into the pits below our commentary area. And in the meantime, Ramdan Rosley is taking full advantage. There is Ono.
Yeah, Ati Kanger's come in as well. But, yeah, problem with the left side of the bike there.
The visor crashed. Thankfully, he's looking okay. And let's see what the reaction is. But in the meantime, Sartak Javan has decided that he wants to take advantage. Well, Sartak third in the championship standings, 4 podiums to his name. Rocco Sessler is there as well, and I think we're seeing the maturing of this German racer.
Yeah, Hiroki Ono wants to get out again, doesn't he? He knows there's a few points that he can get. Every point will count for him, even though he's still the runaway leader. But this championship will go to Buriram for round 6 without a doubt.
Certainly will, providing Ramdan stays on his bike. That, you made a prediction there. That's a dangerous thing to do, Barry Russell. In the meantime, Ramdan Rosley is leading the way. Sartak is there, Rocco Sessler. Again, he's a tall young fella. Hunkers down into this left-right combination. It is a perilous course. The corners are deceptive, and we've seen several times, certainly on turn 15, people come out. Well, Hiroki doing his own little bit of engineering as well. A little bit of everything.
Yeah, full of adrenaline. He doesn't want anybody, he thinks anybody else working on the bike is going to be too slow or won't be able to fix it quite as well as he can. Orapong dropped back then. And, look at this. Rocco Sessler coming into turn 15 for the second time.
Yeah, Rocco Sessler will be leading over the start-finish line. It's quite a haul down to the finish line. He's just ahead of Ramdan Rosley, 6,000th of a second. We had a race decided by 5,000th of a second yesterday. So expect this one to be pretty close as well, because there's 5 good competitors in there. Ramdan Rosley, who's been leading for much of the race, he's back down to P5 at the tail of that little train.
Yeah, and as they drag their way down, we've got another bike out there. That's Casey Klammer. Unfortunate for the Filipino, his bike is parked. But Sartak got the best of the drag down towards turn 1.
Gosh, it's been attritional, has been this Sepang International Circuit on these bikes. Yesterday we had 5 crashes.
Yeah, I think that Rocco fancied a win today. Obviously that prospect's been made quite a bit easier by the exit of Hiroki Ono, but the German's really going for it.
Well, we were talking yesterday about the confidence that he will have gained from that P2 yesterday. Rocco Sessler, he's had a couple of P6s in the season, but that was by far and away his best performance. And he himself had said coming into Sepang that he'd been frustrated that he hadn't been able to perform as he thinks he should do. There he is, just in second place, puts the front wheel out behind Sartak Chaban, but he's surrounded by some good racers there, Barry.
Yeah, he is, yeah, but you can see he's just stepped up in confidence. And I saw him briefly in the hotel last night. I was going down in the lift and he was coming up in the opposite one, and he was still smiling. That big podium smile that we saw yesterday afternoon was still on his face.
Ramdan looked like he had a problem. He had a look down there. Sorry to cut you off. Rocco Sessler's smile is going to carry on for a long time. Let's see if Ramdan Rosley really did have a problem. Looks like he's recovered, but he's gone back a little bit. He's worried. No, Ramdan Rosley has pulled out. And there, that could hand the title to Hiroki Ono. Ono falls off, Ramdan's engine fails, and with that there could well be a champion elected today for a guy who crashed on the first lap.
Well, you wouldn't have written this script. That's beyond the imagination of most script writers. Absolutely gutted for Ramdan Rosley with that failure. We saw him have mechanical failures last year, but not this year. The gremlins have returned, and so has Hiroki Ono. He's back out on track now. He knows he can pick up a few points.
He might not need to if Ramdan doesn't get out. If Ramdan is a DNF, it's a 51-point differential anyway, but Hiroki Ono is there. So Casey Klammer is out.
That's a sad
Ramdan,
sight.
This is where the problem was. I saw him look up, I saw him look worried, and this is where he decides he can't go on, he can't finish. And that is mighty frustrating for the Malaysian at his home circuit.
Yeah, he's done everything he could to get in touch with Hiroki Ono, to fight for this championship. He's never given up. He's trained himself, he's trained his riding technique. He's been absolutely phenomenal this year, so that is cruel luck for the Malaysian.
Long way to pedal yourself home as well. And some help comes his way. Gosh, this TBS one maker's given us plenty of drama over these 2 days. We came into it thinking, oh, it's Ono's for the taking, and it could well still be, but not in any way that we could have imagined.
Yeah, a lot of this lead swapping has been between the two young guns, Rocco Sessler and Sartak Chavan.
Muzakkir Mohammed comes into the reckoning as well, the defending champion. He's had not a great season of defending his title. In fact, the two previous champions are third and fourth at the moment. Vorapong Malwan won season 1 of this TVS 1 make. Season 2 won by Muzakkir Mohammed. Season 3 almost certainly by Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, despite the unfortunate first corner crash. That's the, I mean, since he joined, that's the first actual error we've seen. He had a mechanical DNF and won second place, yes. But apart from that, he's won every race.
Wonderful. All right, 3 laps to go. We're approaching the 2/3 spell, and it's Sartak Chavan who leads. Rocco Sessler in behind him. Another bike taken off.
No, that's just moving Ramdan's bike out of harm's way.
Yeah, he was trying to push himself back in. So with 2 laps to go, Sartak, very close lead over Rocco Sessler. 0.2 of a second between Sartak in first and Muzakkir Mohammed in fourth. 2 seconds down on them. Chirant Vishwanath, Deki Tiano Aldi, KY Ahmed comes through, Kim Min Jae is there, and Irvin Exum looks like he's going to pick up a decent amount of points for the Singaporean.
There are 4 tied together really tightly. Sartak, Rocco Sessler, Vorapong Malwan and Muzakkir Mohammed. One of those riders is going to miss out on the podium.
Rocco Sessler, confidence sky high. Bike number 1, Muzakkir Mohammed. He'll be wanting to show Sepang that he was champion for a reason last year. He's not been able to defend his crown at all successfully, but the veteran had a couple of what's his best? He's had too many DNFs and too many did not finishes. 1 podium in the first round in Buriram for Muzakkir.
Yeah, injury problems, all kinds of things have conspired to make this a really difficult year for the Malaysian 2023 champion.
The veteran stage, it's good to see him getting a little bit of success, but even he's gone off the wrong line. Decided to cut the grass a little bit.
Now, if that happened on the last lap, that would matter, but it got him enough out of shape to allow Sartak to have a nibble at the lead.
Long laps for these TVS 1 makes.
Fastest lap around so far has been 2:23.6.
Top speeds in this 206 kilometers an hour we had for Muzakkir earlier on, but averaging speeds or top speeds around about the 190, 195, 200 kmph as they come in front of the paddock for the North Circuit. This circuit can be split up into 2. Ono has just come through way down, but Hiroki Ono, if he picks up points, well, no, Ono is going to win the title today because Ramdan Rosley has retired.
Yeah, the timing screen says Hiroki Ono 1 lap down.
Coming into the final lap, and it is leading the way Muzakkir Mohammed ahead of Rocco Sessler, Sartak Chavan and Vorapong, Deki Tiano and Chirant Vishwanath coming through in a little battle of their own for P5. KY Ahmed in splendid isolation ahead of Kim Min Jae. I know you hate it when I ask you, but call this one, Barry Russell. You've been pretty good, actually. You've been pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna call. Give me a moment.
Heart, head.
Yeah, I'm just jumbling them around. I'm going for. I'm going to go for Rocco Sessler. I've just gone with the heart, haven't I?
I thought you would. I thought you would. He's all heart, Barry Russell, and Rocco Sessler, as if on cue, takes the lead. The young German hunkers down. The bike number the same as his age, as Muzakkir Mohammed, who's a lot older, but is the defending champion, has to follow him round. 2 long straights. Can you get a pull on those long straights at the very end? That will be the question. Vorapong, once again, has just been very sedate in P3. He has a look on Muzakkir's shoulder. Behind them, Sartak Chavan is there. Any one of these 4 could take this win.
Yeah, Sartak threw it away yesterday. He won't want to do the same today, but one of those is going to miss out. And it's hard to imagine that that's going to be Vorapong, given his experience and the desire that still burns within him.
Zartak took a
Ooh.
tight angle going up the hill at 9, and there was a little squiggle from Sessler, but he's coped with that. What kind of a drive has he got out of this corner? You just want to get into good shape coming into the final 2 straights. And here is Sessler with Chavan behind him. Good race, good race.
Yeah, Zartak's right in touch there.
Sessler, 15. Takes a tight apex, and now we are into the long, long race for home. You've got this long straight, followed by the hairpin. It is a train. Zartak comes out of the shadows. Muzakir takes the inside line. Sessler loses a position or 2. It's Muzakir Mohammed with Boropong. There, the experienced man. Sessler has the inside line. Rocco Sessler tries to hold on. Bit of contact. Sessler has the lead coming out of the corner. Rocco Sessler, the German, P2 yesterday. And Rocco Sessler is able to take a P1 today. Fabulous win ahead of Boropong and Zartak. Muzakir Mohammed comes through in P4. And talk about a happy, happy German. He is thrilled to bits, Rocco Sessler.
Well, look at the jubilation there. He called it himself. I mean, that's a bold move in the company that he's in. Fantastic. Brilliant performance. He was confident all the way through the race. Boropong came through to 2nd. Zartak 3rd. And Muzakir did not manage to get himself onto the podium for his home race. Behind them, we were so absorbed in that battle, but Dekiciano got the better of Turan Vishwanath, and 8 seconds or so behind them, there was KY Ahmed, Kim Min Jae, and further back was Irvin Egsan.
Irvin within 42 seconds of the race winner. I do believe that's his best points tally, 7 points of the season, but also possibly his best timing tally of the season. Hiroki Ono is still out there as we focus on Rocco Sessler. A 45-point weekend for the young German. And we talked about confidence, and you talked about his beaming smile. Imagine how big that smile is going to be right now.
Yeah, we can plug the power grid into it, I think.
Boropong is there. Ono, no points, or if he picks up some for still being on the circuit for 10. He will be the champion. There is your champion. Not in the circumstances that he would have wanted, not going out in a blaze of glory, but his hard work over this season and last season really has paid off. Your champion Hiroki Ono came off in this particular race, but his main rival Ramdan Rosley had engine failure, and that means that Ono cannot be caught with 2 races still to go.
You're right, Des, and whatever people say about the races at which championships get won, it's not the last race that wins the championship, it's what they do over the course of the season. So a round of applause for the rider crossing the line now, Hiroki Ono.
There is your champion.
He's still annoyed.
He's 1 lap down. But there is your champion, confirmed. Cannot be caught. And you've got to feel for Ramdan Rosley. This was a time where he thought, yeah, I can take it in for the first time this season. I'm getting a bit of fortune. I'm getting 1 over.
Yeah, you can see the bike was not in great shape. His fastest lap was 2:30, but he stuck to the task. 10th place finish, so there are points there. Still playing around. There's probably a problem with the brake lever.
I did like the fact that when he came into the pits, he was the one who was manipulating everything. Didn't trust his mechanics. He's experienced, of course he is. He knows how a bike works. Muzakir Mohammed waves to the crowd as he comes into Parc Ferme area. Frustrated that he came 4th in a 4-horse race. But Rocco Sessler takes the victory. 900ths clear of Boropong. 2/10ths clear of Zartak Chavan, who gets another podium. Muzakir Mohammed in P3. 0.25 a second between 1 and 4. Dekiciano Aldi, 4 seconds adrift, beats Chirant Vishwanath, 4 P5. KY Ahmad, 12 seconds down in 7. And Kim Min Jae is there in P8. Further down, good to see Irvin Egsan hasn't given up this season and will learn immensely from this and has probably improved. Hiroki Ono, 1 lap down, will pick up points for P10, but Ramdan retired. Casey Klammer retired, and Ate Kanga I think he was another who we didn't really see. He had a miserable weekend, but...
No, he didn't, but the camera knows what they want to catch here.
There's a smile. That will not be coming off his face until probably he lands back home.
Yeah, and I noticed that when he came in, the second person to hug him after his technician was none other than Wichi Wee. So that's really interesting. Warapong in. So, do you want to have another look at that?
Daniel is down there. He'll be doing some interviews. First, let's have a look at the best of the highlights. Hiroki Ono in the yellow helmet, champion-elect. All he had to do was finish ahead of number 4, Ramdan Rosley. But, of course, this is the Asian Road Racing Championship. No script goes to plan. Ono hits the deck on turn 3.
Yep, he hung onto the bike. He wanted to rescue it and get back on. Just about managed it.
Hurt came into the pits falling off the bike, left, right and centre. Windscreen broken. But then Ramdan Rosley, he has a look down there. He knows he's got a problem. Bike number 4. Ramdan Rosley just needed to finish the race to take us into the final weekend of the season. But here you see Ramdan. He looks down in despair. He's got to pull out, and the frustration is apparent.
Yeah, frustration, and as those bikes went past him, they didn't realise, I think that was Sartak, didn't realise he had a problem and remonstrated with him, but it wasn't Ramdan's fault.
Then we had a 4-man race for the victory, of which 2 experienced old campaigners, 2 former champions, Vorapong Malawan and Muzaké Mohammed, and 2 young guns, 1 from Europe, 1 from India. That's the variety that we can offer you on the Asian Road Racing Championship. And Rocco Sessler, bike number 15. The heart, said Barry Russell. I think Sessler's going to win it. He had a P2 yesterday. Your heart proved to be right, Barry.
Yeah, you just get a feeling, I think, as a rider, and if you look at the rider, the way they're moving and what they say, and you put that all together, I think you can see that Rocco Sessler really believed, and in inverted commas, knew he could win today. This was the
coming around the final corner, yep, and Rocco Sessler takes it ahead of the experienced Vorapong. Look at that delight. Gosh, he would be leaping over the grandstand if he possibly could. Such is his happiness. But then your champion, Hiroki Ono, he finishes, he got up off the floor, finished, and picks up enough points to make sure he is champion with 2 races to go.
Yep, grit matches brilliance in the case of Hiroki Ono. And congratulations to the 2024 TVS Asia One-Make champion.
As he comes in, that's him, live pictures trundling in, while everybody else is ready to go for the podium. And the podium for the TVS One-Make Championship will have a new man atop it, but Sartak Chavan, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 podiums, plus a DQ in a good position for Sartak this season. Very good. Vorapong Malawan, the mentor, good to see him back on the podium, but your mate Rocco Sessler, Barry.
Oh, we're mates now, are we? But how can you not like that?
What a moment for the young fella. We've seen him grow, not physically, he's already a big fella, but we've seen him grow in confidence on the bike. Prize presentations. This is Sean Collins, brand manager for TVS Motor Company, handing the third prize out to Sartak Chaban.
To present the second prize trophy, we would like to invite Mr. Kamlesh Sharma, Vice President Corporate.
Good to have TVS as part of the Asia Road Racing Championship. They have added a certain amount as Kamlesh Sharma, VP Corporate Communications of TVS Motor Company, hands the award out to Varupang Malawan.
Now to present the winner's trophy, we would like to invite
Mr. Arbab, the Senior Vice President of Research and Development of TVS, will be handing the award out to a rookie winner, Rocco Sessler. And applause all around, and I think we saw in the crowd his father, who must be beaming with pride.
Well, it was a similar kind of configured beam to Rocco's, so taking a guess that was his dad.
TBS Asia One Make Championship. Race number 2. Rocco Sessler takes his first win of the season. Sartak Chaban picks up another podium. Varupang Malawan, he moves up into 4th into the championship standings, and that's really what we're looking for next. Now the title has been won by Hiroki Ono. Who can pick up 2nd and 3rd in the championship standings? It's always worth having. Rocco is saying, where's the champagne? Not in the ARC, my friend.
And he's too young anyway.
And he's too young anyway. So, here's how it looks. Leader, Hiroki Ono, 201 points, picks up 6 points for his P10. Ramdan Rosley, 144 points, cannot catch him and cannot be caught. Oh yes, he can actually, by Sartak Chaban. So Sartak has got an outside chance of P2 overall. Ramdan so frustrated. Varupang Malawan 93. Rocco Sessler moves up to 90 points and possibly a place in the top 3 at the end of the season. Deki Tiano Aldi's on 84. Chiranth on 82. Muzake Mohammed, the defending champion, 4th today, is 8th place on 71 points. So, Ono, despite the frustration there, I'd love to get a reaction from Hiroki Ono. What he was thinking about when he went down, what caused him to go down, because we've not seen him make that kind of mistake. Very rare for Ono, such an experienced campaigner.
Absolutely, yeah. Just looking at those numbers, Rocco Sessler has doubled his points total this weekend. He's on 90 now, 45 for 1st and 2nd.
Been a brilliant weekend, but we have seen it coming, I think.
Yeah.
We have seen it coming. We're just waiting to get a word with Rocco Sessler. Okay, riders are out for the next race, but let's get a quick reaction. I think Daniel Bogas is on the podium, actually, which is good for us to talk to the race winner.
Rocco, after yesterday's podium, you told me that you've reached the podium now, and next is you want to fight for the win, and you managed it in fantastic fashion. An unbelievable tight line in turn 15. You held on and got your first victory in the TVS Asia One Make. How was it?
Yeah, for sure, a difficult race. The start was not the best, but I pushed into corner 1, and I think I got into the top 5. Then I just tried to stay on the front, and I had some moments, but I catch them. And in the last lap, I was just going in first because I thought maybe they do some fights in the back, but I got overtaken in the last lap, but I just braked as late as I could, hold the line, and then take it to the win.
Thank you so much, Rocco. Big congratulations to you again.
Thanks.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra Protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
The FIM Asia Road Racing Championship comes to you from the Petronas Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. 5 competitions being contested for the championship of the first of those competitions. The TBS One Make Championship was decided before we go into the final round. It was decided today when Hiroki Ono was able to finish in 10th place today. And I believe the champion is talking to Daniel Bogus.
It was a fantastic race victory by Rocco Sessler, but an even more fantastic recovery by Hiroki Ono. Hiroki, you crashed out on the opening lap, managed to get the bike fixed enough, and you finished with points. Ramdan as well with a DNF, and you are 1 round early the champion of the 2024 TBS Asia One Make Championship. How do you feel about this?
I'm not happy now. Yeah, after the start turn to exit, I opened the throttle a little bit early, then rear slide, then crash. Yeah, this is my mistake. Yeah, I'm not happy, but now I get the series title. This is my target this year. Yeah, I have one more race, last race in Thailand. Of course, I want to get two victories. Anyway, thanks for TBS staff. Staff is many working. Thank you very much. And also Japanese fans and Japanese sponsors. ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much, Hiroki. Fantastic season.
Yes, congratulations, Hiroki Ono. Barry, quick thoughts on Hiroki?
Yeah, as you would expect from a rider of his quality, he's just won a championship and he's beating himself up for having made a mistake. That shows you the mentality that it takes to be a champion.
Okay, we move our attention now to the Underbone 150cc. This is race 2 of the weekend. Race 1 yesterday was wild. It started off with Akid Aziz in the middle of your picture in the gold and black for the Pit Spike team. He was the championship lead and he was hoping for a number of points so he could take a decent lead into the final round in Buriram. For a long time it looked like Akid would be part of that lead, but as always with Underbone, you've got to finish the race and you've got to get past the final corner.
Yeah, you have. We had the defending champion, Nazrul, riding injured and down there.
Murabil.
That was Murabil, yeah.
So that was the pole sitter. That was one of the fancied men who went out early. Murabil taking his time. There is Nazrul Izabahodin back after an injury. He would eventually score 3 points today, but there would be absolute chaos late on in the race. It looks very sedate here. This is Ahmed Afif Amran and Nazrul Izzat saying, I know the circuit, we're Malaysian, we know how to lead this, but Underbone is such a fickle friend.
Yeah, and you had, by this time, we were more than halfway through the race. This rider at the front there, Charles Chazras, had come through from the very back of the grid because he wasn't able to qualify in the morning to lead the race.
Aditya Fauzi in the green as well. He was second in the championship standings going into the race. Aditya would be another one who wouldn't be able to pick up any points from this particular contest because of what was going to happen, not on this corner, but on this corner a lap later. It was a crazy, wild end, even by Underbone 150 standards.
Yeah, and there it was. Charles Chazras, Akid Aziz, who'd just been in the back of that group, had come through. He had his JRT Pits bike one-way teammate Afi Van next to him.
Aditya looking good as they come into the penultimate straight, but this is where it all goes wrong. Akid goes down, Nazrul is pushed out, no finish for Wayuaji Trilaksana, no finish for Aditya Fauzi. Fahmi Bassam comes on to take the victory, bike 222 for Yamaha LFN Indonesia for his third win of the season and propels himself into championship contention.
Yep, just 4 points behind now, Fahmi Bassam. And here we are for race 2.
It was a crazy, crazy ending. Turn 15 was where all the chaos happened, Barry Russell.
Yeah, turn 1 and 215. Turn 15 is where you get the maximum chaos, but there are so many good spots. Daniel's on the grid, let's go down to him.
Down here on the grid for the Underbone 150 class, it's cloudy conditions, vastly different from what we had yesterday. Complete opposite. Well, not complete, just no rain this time round. But we're going to talk with Akid Aziz. So, Akid, Fahmi has closed the gap now after he scored 0 points, but the championship lead is still in your hands. Do you feel the pressure now?
Kalau ikut kan saya tak ada apa-apa pressure. So, saya hanya fokus race dan cari cara untuk fight podium.
Thank you so much, Akid. The translation there is just that Akid has no pressure on his shoulders. He's just ready to go race by race. And that's the words of someone who really knows what he's going out to do. And we know that about Akid. He's always set on a mission. And we're going to talk to someone else who knows very well the grid of the Underbone 150. So, Wayu, it was a decent result yesterday. Aditya, unfortunately, had struggles as well yesterday. He was nearly in the fight for the podium. But as usual, chaos in turn 15. How do you feel for this race?
Yeah, yesterday is not lucky for me and then for my teammate. But this race, I will do my best.
Thank you so much, Wayaji. Good luck for this race. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thanks very much. Yeah, it's all very rushed down on the grid at the moment. It's typical Underbone 150. There's the man in pole position, Muralbil Vitoni. In 2 of his last 3 races, Barry, he's had problems, mechanical problems yesterday and a couple of weeks ago in Mandalika.
Yeah, that's right. And a crash yesterday. He was putting that right glove on pretty gingerly, so hopefully that doesn't indicate an injury, more just like a tight glove. Here is Husni, the wild card we saw in Mandalika, pick up a P6, I think it was, and definitely a P2 in race 2. Great to see him back again. He qualified 3rd on the grid.
This team, the LFN team, are very, very good. There's yesterday's race winner, Fahmi Bassam. Look at that, 2 firsts and a 7th and a 4th in his last 5 races. This is a kid who's in great form on the Yamaha. 3 race wins this season, 104 points, 2nd in the championship, 2 points behind Akid Aziz. Let's remember, although he got 0 points yesterday, Akid is still the championship leader.
Yeah, he came in with a 25-point lead. Now the lead is down to 4 points with Fahmi breathing down his neck.
Akid Aziz is in the middle of the front row. Oh, and he's got problems. Akid Aziz has got problems and is being wheeled off the grid ahead of the formation lap. Oh, drama just continues and continues. His bike is going.
His pit box is just further up the pit lane, so he might be going there for a running repair, but he's not going to get a good start. At best, he'll be starting from pit lane after everybody else has gone past.
Where is Akid Aziz? Gosh. The pit bike crew.
Yeah, despair there. keep half an eye on those as they move away.
So he's allowed to come out. He will join the formation lap. Murabel Bitoni on pole. Akid Aziz involved in drama even before the start. Ahmed Afif Ramran, his pits bike teammate, alongside him.
3 brilliant riders on row 2. The wildcard Husni Zainal Fauzi, Faris Putra Fadil for Cardinals Factory Racing Team, and Adi Putra Sakano for Uma Racing Philippines.
Moving on to the third row of the grid. What's happened to Nazrul Izzat Bahudin? Has Nazrul Izzat been pulled out? Gosh, that's a possibility. So Adi Sutra Sakano for Uma Racing Philippines in P7. Wayu Ajichulaksana in P8. Idil Fitri for Jetron Yamaha. YY Pang Racing Team, Local Malaysian in P9.
Yeah, Gupita Krishna leads row 4. He's in P10. Next to him, Shafiq Rosli for Uma Racing and Rekat Yusuf Fadila for SCK outside of him.
Moving on to the fifth row. You have Ahmed Fazrul Sham, who once again picked up useful points for Cardinals Factory Racing Team, local Malaysian hero. Ahmed Afif Amran, Akid's teammate, who we're still not sure if there was a problem for Akid. And Pitaponglu Boinpeng, who has had a very, very good season, picked up 5th place yesterday.
Yeah, and on row 6 we got Giancarlo Maurizio, who showed much better yesterday. Aditya Fauzi, championship contender, fell or had a bad start, a bad finish, sorry, yesterday. Hafiz Fazrul Rasyadan outside of him.
Then you've got John Emerson Angito in P19. You've got Dimas Juli Apmoko, who came through to pick up 10 points from P6 yesterday for Team One for All. Masato Fernando for G-Ren Kobe Motor Oil Racing, who got his one of his better results of the season yesterday. And then you've got Charles Shazras. Gosh, a couple of absentees there. Nazrul Izzat wasn't on the grid.
So we've got question marks over, okay, this rider, there he is.
So Akid is.
But you also...
And Nazrul as well.
There's still a bit of concern there in the pit spike one-way JRT pit.
Well, he's going to join the formation lap. He got out in time.
Yeah, that was good. But let's also look out, because you mentioned it, Des, for the number 1.
There is no number 1. He wasn't on the grid. And I didn't get a withdrawal notice beforehand.
Oh, I can see him there.
He is, okay,
yeah.
So that might have just been a graphic error. With our minds again, aren't they? They're just making sure that we're kept honest.
That's it. So let's just wait for Akid Aziz to come through. We're still not sure whether he's got a problem. Praying that there isn't.
Akid has won a Capri race. That's the Malaysian Underbone Championship at this venue this season. So is his teammate, actually, Ahmed Afif Amran. And they are concerned engineers on the pits bike team.
Well, he's going to start from the middle of the front row. He's got a lot of bikes behind him, so we pray that everything is all right with that Yamaha.
Akid Aziz, P2, has a 4-point lead in the championship. Murabel Bitoni on pole position. We are all just about set. Drama before the race. This is Underbone. I guarantee drama in this race. Red lights are out, and the start is strong. From Nazrul Izzat Bahudin comes from P5 into P2. Everybody is away, but Akid got off to a dreadful start.
Yes, he did. So I wonder if there are problems there. It was a really good start on the outside from Murabel. Let's see how he peels in. Now he's going to get shuffled back, but he stayed on the outside line wide coming into turn 1. Didn't pay off for the Indonesian.
No, Wayu Ajichulaksana has made a decent start, bike number 60. The one good thing, the one saving grace if you are in Underbone, the start and your position on the grid tends not to be that important because you can bunch up and catch up, but keep a close eye on Akid Aziz right at the very back. He had problems. He had to have a push starting into the formation lap.
Yeah, that's Faris Putra shuffling his way past Waiwaji to lead them through into the second sector at the Sepang circuit.
6 laps of the circuit. Faris Putra, local Malaysian, looking to put up a good performance. Behind them, you've got John Emerson Angito making a little bit of a mark as well. 32 is Rekat Yusuf for SCK Honda Racing Team. All big names in the local scene.
Yeah, and is there, and in there, as he often is the number 23, Gupita. Spotted Akid down at the back there, Des.
Yeah, Akid is right at the very back. Oh, somebody has pushed off the racing line. I'm wondering if Akid is just trying to make sure that he can stay on the bike, but he's losing a lot of time. Akid is right at the very back. Not lost any at the touch with the pack, but this is really, really worrying for the Pits bike team.
Yeah, you can see the concern there. They knew something wasn't right. Something is right with Waiwaji's Racetech 60 Yamaha, because that has been at or near the front ever since the lights went out.
Aditya Fauzi's also made his way through the pack as well, 177. Aditya Fauzi was another of the victims on the last corner yesterday. He picked up no points. He's third in the championship standings on 83 points, 25 points behind the championship leader Akid Aziz, who's negotiated this first lap in last place, but he's still in touch with everybody. Fascinating, fascinating way that this is being treated. As we go through at the end of lap number 1. John Emerson Ngito, bike 22, leads from yesterday's winner, Fahmi Bassam and Aditya Fauzi, Fazrul Sham, Murabil, Husni Zainal, all there. The LFN team, 3 in the top 6. Nazrul Izzat, bike number 1, back in P8 after a fine start from him.
Yeah, we saw him trying to stay at the front, and I was guessing out of trouble. There's a hand up there. Is that Murabil? It's Husni. Husni Zainal Fauzi put his hand up. He hasn't slowed down, so I'm not sure what that was. Maybe it was an apology.
Yes, yes. To everybody. Everybody is on really tense. Everyone's nerves are going at the moment, as Husni's apology wasn't a sincere one because he's taken the lead. There he is. I apologise for taking the lead, everybody, but now I'm going to run away from you. Nazrul Izzat, who I apologise for miscalling in the pre-race, but there is the number 1.
Yeah, the great Fazrul Sham is up there as well on the Cardinals factory Yamaha.
38 is Idil Fitri Mahadi.
Idil was strong yesterday as well.
They go out into the countryside. I'm still keeping an eye right at the very back of Akid Aziz. There he is. He doesn't look too comfortable, does he? Right at the back. It's almost like he's just gingerly hoping that his machine will just warm up, staying as close as he can to the pack. But he's losing a bit of touch.
Yeah, and one rider who's gone from back to almost front, we'll see him in a moment, is the number 61 of Charles Shazras, currently 5th, but swapping the lead.
Ahmad Afif Amram did not start. That's the Pits bike teammate of Akid Aziz.
So not a good day for the Malaysian team.
Not a good day at the moment, not a good weekend at the moment. It was looking all peachy coming into the final weekend. A comfortable lead in the championship standings, in the leading group going into the final turn. And then, since then, it's all gone wrong. Plenty to go. Ahmed Fazrul Sham leads as they come around turn 15 for the second time. At least it's calmed down just a little bit of jostling going on at the very, very back, but bike number 11, Ahmed Fazrul Sham, the Cardinals Racing, leads Nazrul Izzat and Fahmi Bassam as they come through the start-finish line. Charles Sazras, Murabil, Faris Putra, all in that group.
Yeah, once again, Fazrul hasn't disappointed. He's led them across the line at least once.
Akid Aziz is still keeping in touch at the back.
Yeah, no points yesterday. He came in with a 25-point lead. He started this race with a 4-point lead.
He's coaxing Pits bike right at the back, but it looks like he's keeping the pace. It does genuinely looks like he's staying out. Meantime, his crew couldn't resist, could he?
No, he couldn't crack a smile, but he could do the peace sign.
He'll be hoping it's okay. Right then, coming through, Murabil Vitoni. What he'd do for a slice of luck. Twice he's been in good positions in the last 3 races. And he's had mechanical failure and a crash yesterday while leading. We'll be hoping for a bit better fortune today. Najrul Izzat just behind him. Najrul Izzat, bike number 1 for UMA Racing Yamaha.
Consistently up there as well. It's been the YY Pang entry. Idil Fitri Mahadi.
There's Afif.
Oh.
He was a non-starter.
Yeah.
Shy grin.
Yeah, disappointing. Because he can always bring something special too.
He can also help Akid Aziz. The teammates can work. Right, coming in to the pits in front of us. Bike number 36. Was that Shafiq Grossley?
Yeah.
Who was... Oh no, he's at the top of the leaderboard, but he's into the pits. Oof. Too much goes on in Underbone. It really is crazy. Swami Bassam and Aditya Fauzi trying to make their way through at the front.
Yeah, and those LFN bikes all featuring at the front. There's Husni at the front. And it's a retirement we hear for Shafiq Grossley for UMA Racing. So another top rider not featuring right now, although looking at that grid, that gaggle of bikes, it's hard to imagine that there is anybody missing.
Come round. We are approaching halfway. And just look how intense it is. Fahmi Bassam, yesterday's winner. And Murabil Vitoni, the two Indonesians, go through 1 and 2. Najrul Izzat, who's been there or thereabouts at the front, is in P3. Husni Zainal and Aditya Fauzi. So it's 4 Indonesians and 1 Malaysian in the front 4.
Yeah, John Emerson Gito in the mix as well. Disappointing season after a good one in 2023.
Murabil chases the front though. We have teammates flashing in together. 96 is Hafiz Farrell. That's the thing with Underbone, you get so many leaders throughout a race. So it's just a case of staying out of danger. Najrul Izzat had to go very, very wide to stay out there in the purple uniform, the defending champion on bike number 1. Aditya Fauzi in the lurid green is available. And we're just going to keep an eye on where is Akid Aziz. Well, 11th is Masato Fernando for G-Ren Kobe Motor O Racing, a bit of a legend in the Philippines.
Yeah, and had a good result yesterday. His first good result since returning to this championship in 2024.
Indeed, pick up an 8-pointer yesterday. I believe he picked up 9 points in Motegi.
Oh, hand up
was
then
good
for, that's Idil, I think. Yep. Shakes his head.
I think you're right.
Number 38 is done.
And his teammate is down as well. Well, 2. So Idil goes down. Idil Fitri for Jetron. And the frustration was there for all to see.
Yeah, it looks as though that grass is pretty wet because he basically slipped over.
Right, yesterday, Charles Chazras was very influential, and Charles Chazras is the man who was temporarily in the lead, is still in the lead. As they come round the corner, Aditya Fauzi is tracking him in P2, and still Najrul Izzat Bahoudin is holding on to P4. He's looking very good. Akid Aziz is still motoring along at the back, hasn't made a move yet. Plenty of time.
Yeah,
what's the differential? 1.9 seconds between 1 and 20.
Yeah, and we've seen so many times that kid go from front to back. It's like he's almost playing with the group, but I don't get the feeling that's what it is today.
Aditya Fauzi in the lime green will go forward. 2 laps to go. Najrul Izzat Bahoudin recovered from that injury that he sustained, we hope. Charles Chazras goes on the inside, takes the inside line, inside the white marker. Ooh, he's been pushed very, very close to the pit wall there. Waiwaji Chilaksana holds his hands up. That was very close to the pit wall.
It was. He gets himself right out of the way there. Charles Chazras still leading as they tip into turn 2. It's hard to imagine that the Malaysian wildcard, Cheryl, isn't going to have a say in the final result here.
There was a little bit of bumping and bruising going on there in the middle of the pack. Husni Zainal in the midst of that trouble. Charles Chazras has shown good pace. So has Fahmi Bassam, 2-2-2, looking for a win double, which in this company, on this circuit, would be a phenomenal achievement.
Well, just winning 3 races in a season, Des, is quite phenomenal in this class. So let's see.
This unique Underbone 150cc competition, unique to Southeast Asia. I show my friends at home in Europe, they cannot believe it, particularly when you come to the latter stages of races, 7, 8, 9 abreast coming round hairpin corners.
Yeah, and the racecraft that they learn as well. When these riders go into other championships, and I've seen it recently, the regular riders go, these guys are crazy. But actually, the racecraft is just very, very highly developed, because it has to be. You can be faster nowhere.
Lapping around about the 235, mid 235s, all of them. Charles Chazras has been in the lead for over a lap now. Behind him, Nazrul Izzat. I'm wondering if Akid Aziz is going to make a move, but he is still a little way off the back, is the championship leader, Akid Aziz. You need to pick up some points. He'll be aware that Fahmi Bassam, bike 222, who's in second place at the moment. Fahmi Bassam is just 4 points behind Akid. After this race, 2 more to go in Buriram, and plenty of time for them to think about it. As Fahmi Bassam leads the way, Ahmed Fajrul Sham follows his line. 3 completely different lines. Nazrul Izzat takes the inside line as well. Charles Chazras it is, who I think is going to take the hairpin first.
And those, sorry Des, I was going to say those lime green Racetech 6Ds have been in really good positions all the way through.
Akid Aziz started to make his very, very first move. He's at the back of the pack, but there's now 5.5 kilometers for him to make his move. There he is, he takes a completely different line. Goes on the outside, Ahmed Fajrul Sham. It's building up once again to be sensational. Akid Aziz has got a lot of work to do as they go round 1 and 2, negotiate this one safely. And then there's some real work to do for Akid Aziz. That's a lot of traffic he needs to get through. Up at the front, Charles Chazras is still there. Ahmed Fajrul Sham is still there.
Yeah, defending champion Nazrul is still there too. So much to pick out here. Those LFN bikes always threatening.
Nazrul Izzat, bike number 1. 17 coming through for the first time. Masato Fernando, the experienced Filipino, is in P2 just at the moment. But it's Ahmed Fajrul Sham leading the way, and he's taking Nazrul Bahudin alongside with him. And Akid goes around the outside. Akid is beginning to make up a little bit of ground, but he's running out of time. Aditya Fauzi, 177. But look at the lead that Ahmed Fajrul Sham has got.
This is brilliant. Can he hold it? He's made a very convincing break there, Fajrul Sham.
Hafiz Farrell is bike number 96, the potential spoiler. Waiwaji Chilaksana, they come up the hill at turn 9. Yes, Cardinals Racing are chasing. Oh. They are talking about Ahmed Fajrul Sham. This will be famous. Nazrul Izzat looks over his shoulder and finds Aditya Fauzi is there. This is building up to be a fabulous climax. Ahmed Fajrul Sham with the lead.
This is incredible. We don't very often see a rider going with some air, clear air behind them in underbones into the final turn. There he is.
2 long straights, and the pack will close behind him. Where is Akid Aziz? There he is. He's too far behind Akid Aziz. Ahmed Fajrul Sham in splendid isolation on the opposite side to the grandstand. Ahmed on the left has the lead. Everybody else has taken a different line on the right-hand side. Ahmed Fajrul Sham, it's a brave, bold strategy.
And he chops in front, he's kept that edge, and we've got one rider down.
Just one rider down, Ahmed Fajrul Sham. That is an exercise in excellence. Ahmed Fajrul Sham takes the win. Behind them in second place is Aditya Fauzi. I think Nazrul Izzat got there ahead of Aditya Fauzi. Yeah. But Ahmed Fajrul Sham, that was magnificent.
We're showing on the timing screens Fajrul, Aditya and Nazrul.
We think Nazrul P2.
I'm calling Nazrul, yeah.
Wow, hey, Dad did well. Your dad did well.
Wonderful stuff.
Race under photo finish, race result under photo finish, not for this man. Ahmed Fazrul Sham. We've seen him in the lead so many times this year. Ahmed Fazrul Sham.
Half a second clear, Des. That's like being in a different postcode in this class. Oh,
well done, Dad.
Tears of joy in pit lane.
In the meantime, Akid Aziz picked up 7 points for P9. Fahmi Bassam was pushed down into 6th place and will pick up 10 points. It's 1 point separating first from second.
Nail-biting stuff as we go to Buriram at the beginning of December. And this race was a really good one too for Masato Fernando, who looked strong yesterday. He looks as though he's really got that team together now. I think it's his own team. Aditya Fauzi, by his standards, hasn't had such a great weekend.
As it stands on the scoring board, Nazrul looked like he'd got P2. I think Aditya Fauzi has beaten him. But Nazrul will pick up 16 points, we understand. There is the photo finish. There's your clear winner for P2. This is the photo. Aditya Fauzi in the green has just got ahead there of Nazrul Izzat.
Yeah, okay, I stand corrected. And the time difference is 3 thousandths of a second between those two.
Malaysian flag.
Yeah, Nazrul's going to be very pleased with that because he's kept his championship defence very much alive with that result.
Certainly has. Nazrul Izzat will be on 96 points, 19 adrift of Akid Aziz, who will hold on to the championship lead. These are my unofficial calculations. We've got to get it officially done, but let's talk about Ahmed Fazrul Sham. So often we see him offer the opportunity that perhaps he will get a result. It's so rarely he does. This time, Ahmed Fazrul Sham has picked up the victory. He's had a podium in Motegi and now a victory at his home circuit.
Yeah, a real favourite in this paddock, Fazrul Sham. And that victory means a whole lot to him. Really happy for the veteran Malaysian. You can see what it meant to his family too. And he's got his visor up, he's wiping the tears from his eyes. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. He's such an unassuming guy and such a fast, clever racer. And look at those celebrations. And you can see they were jumping into each other's arms in the pit.
Before the race, before he got the victory, they knew from a long way out. Terrific, great story.
Yeah, they treat their riders really well. They sponsor them into other series as wildcards and other opportunities. He gets his instructions from our Nasha there, where to go, what to do. Fantastic, gets congratulations from Uma Racing.
In the championship race, though, it could not be tighter. It's a single point separating first and second. 19 points separating first from fourth.
And I tell you what, coming into Parc Fermé now, Nazrul is so pleased with that third.
Half a second, the victory margin for Ahmed Fazrul Sham. He played it wonderfully. He sprinted clear on the final lap. Cardinals Factory Racing Team get the victory. Aditya Fauzi for Race Tech 60, just edging out by 3 thousandths of a second. Nazrul Izzat Bahodin of Uma Racing Yamaha for P2. Masato Fernando, best result of the season by a country mile for the Filipino for G-Ren Kobe Motor Oil Racing. Husni Zainal Fauzi, gosh, he's picked up some points for Yamaha LFN. 8 tenths down. Fahmi Bassam, 10 points for him. That helps him in the championship standings. Murabil Vitoni, at least he finished. It's only 9 points for him, but look at that. Yamaha LFN in 5, 6 and 7. Akid Aziz, that's important. A second down for the Pitspike one-way JRT Tech team. I think when he came off before the formation lap, he would have bitten your hand off for P9. Adi Puja in P10 for Uma Racing Philippines. John Emerson and Gito for Evo Yamaha Racing Team in P11. Charles Shazros in 12 for Uzi Racing. Wayo Ajuchalaksana picks up 3 points for Race Tech. Rekat Yusuf Fadila, SCK Honda Racing in P14. And Faris Puja, the other Cardinals Factory Racing Team, in with picks 1 point for P15. 0 points for Pitapong. Team 1 for Olo, Dimas Julie, Giancarlo Maurizio, Hafid Farrell, Idil Fitri, Shafiq Rosley and Amadafi Farman never even got his bike onto this circuit. Okay, let's go down to Daniel Bogas, who is in the Parc Ferme, to get some post-race reaction.
Fazal Sham, you are classy and you are legendary, and that was a very classy finish. What a fantastic race. You dominated that first lap, that last lap, apologies. How was that race for you?
Syukur Alhamdulillah kerana dapat pertama, dan saya terima kasih kepada tim kerana menyediakan jentera yang paling laju dalam ni, dan saya rasa perlumbaan kali ini agak mudah untuk menang dapat nombor 1, dan saya cuba yang terbaik. Daripada awal sampai akhir saya push, dan saya dapat nombor 1, Alhamdulillah.
The translation from that was a big thank you to the team for providing the fastest bike. It was a not too difficult of a race and straight to the front. And he's very thankful and grateful. Congratulations, Fazal. Fantastic victory.
Highlights of a terrific race in the Underbone 150cc. Race number 2 of the weekend, right from the very start. We were keeping an eye on Akid Aziz, who started right at the very back of the grid and stayed there for much of the race as though he was nursing his engine. He had a problem before the formation lap by Russell. He nursed his engine pretty well.
And it was that. It did look very much like he was nursing it, and he timed it well, because to pick up P9 at the end was brilliant work. But we saw familiar cast of characters at the front desk for most of this race.
Aditya Fauzi, 3rd in the championship standings, was looking to really make up a little bit of ground. Nazrul Izzat really back into form as well. The defending champion, the Malaysian, was constantly the bike number 1 there, constantly in the leading group, as was Murabul Vitoni, who was the pole sitter and has been fast all weekend. Came out yesterday with mechanical, crashed out yesterday. And Fahmi Bassam, yesterday's winner, also in there. It is an all-star cast at this Underbone category.
Yeah, it is, and that was the end of the race for Idil, who just stopped on the side and then slipped over on the wet grass. Spare.
In the meantime, we've got 2 laps to go now. Ahmed Fazal Sham, keep an eye out on bike number 11. This is where he decides, okay, the team have told me that I know this circuit, the team have got this right, we're focused on Akid Aziz, but look at number 11 now. He's 5th as they come over the start-finish line at the end of lap number 5, and he makes his move midway through the lap.
Yeah, you always see somebody making a break or trying to make a break, and it really, really works. But he timed that to absolute perfection. It was brilliant.
And then the look as we come down the penultimate straight, this really set him apart. He is on his left. He's decided that's the line. He cuts across everybody. That caused a problem or two. I think it was Idil Fitri who crashed out. And look at that margin of victory, slowing down, going over the line. And tears from the family. Cheers for Cardinal Racing. They have got the victory. Ahmed Fazal Sham, a very, very popular local winner.
Brilliant race. Let's go to the podium.
Indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now start the podium
Daniel Bogas, once again, doing the MC work. He's working hard, is Daniel.
In 3rd place, from Umay Racing Yamaha Maju Motor, Nazirul Izzat Muhammad Bahade.
So Nazrul Izzat comes back to form. He missed Mandalika, the 2 race in Mandalika, because of injury.
From Race Tech
He picked up a P13 yesterday. It's a P3 today. In 2nd place, Aditya Fauzi. This really propels him right back into championship contention. After 0 points yesterday, this is the 2nd podium for Aditya. But the win, there hasn't been a more popular win all season, I don't think.
Certainly not, no. Absolutely brilliant. Tosses his helmet in the air. Absolutely jubilant. I mean, he's one of the most unassuming people you could meet.
Cardinals Racing.
You can see what that, yeah, the team were so jubilant with that win.
National anthem of Malaysia.
real pride for Cardinals Factory Racing. They put so much work into the local sport and into the RRC, and it's great to see some reward coming their way. Maki Karapie, the FIM Asia president, handing out the awards to a still beaming Najul Izzat. You're quite right, he will think that he can defend his championship, Barry. P2 for Aditya Fauzi, who will certainly think he's got a chance. Ahmed Fajrul Sham, second podium of the season, first win of the season. Moves him on to 63 points and into the top 7 on the championship standings.
Yeah, that's what that smile is all about, Des from Nazarul.
Dato Muhammad Riza, the Deputy President of the Motorsports Association of Malaysia, handing out the Best Team Award to Cardinals Racing.
Now we would like to invite Mr. Stefan Maki Karapien and
Cardinals clearly not used to those team awards, avoided the camera completely. And then the obligatory team photo.
Ladies and gentlemen,
good result for Aditya, gets him very much in championship contention. Confirmation, Najul Izzat for Uma Racing, Aditya Fauzi in P2 for Racetech, and your race winner for Cardinals Racing Team, Ahmed Fajrul Sham. Been on the scene, not quite 2 decades, but certainly 15 years. I've been very aware of him.
Yeah, that's definitely one for the old guard, and a really good recovery from Aditya, because he wasn't looking good in qualification, in free practice, and he had no points yesterday, but he's come back really strongly, so good character from the young Indonesian.
Championship standings, 1 point separates Akid Aziz from Pitswijk, from Fahmi Bassam from Yamaha LFN. 1 point going into the final 2 races of the season. Only 12 points separate Aditya Fauzi from winning the championship. Only 19 separate Nazrul Izzat. And remember, this is a hugely competitive competition. Gubita Krishna, he's got an outside chance of a 3rd title. Mulva Vitoni, those problems he had at Mandalika and Race 1A yesterday, they have cost him a real chance of the championship. Ahmed Fajrul Sham moves up into the top 8. Husni Zainal Fauzi for Yamaha LFN 969 Indonesia Racing in P8 on 55 points. So really tight competition going into the final round of the season. We move our attention to the AP250s after the break, and that is equally tight at the top of the standings. The Asia Road Racing Championships of the Petronas Sepang International Circuit comes back to you in just a couple of minutes' time with the AP250s.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
The FIM Asia Road Racing Championship comes to you from the Petronas International Circuit in Sepang. Decent crowds here. There was a terrific pit walk earlier on today, and people enjoying the sultry, humid weather. There's Corker alongside Barry Russell describing the action for you. We've had two terrific races, one title already won, and now we come into the Asia Production 250cc competition, which is fairly tight at the top. Kiandra Ramadeepa is the man who's leading the championship standings, but the Astro Honda racer had an accident this morning and will miss this afternoon's race, Barry.
Yeah, this morning's warm-ups were in wet conditions, and right at the end of the session, not only him actually, but Herjan crashed.
Let's have a look at what happened in race one that took place in fine conditions on Saturday. Race number one, the man we are looking at, Herjan Atner would eventually go and take the victory. Bike number 46, bike 212. Kiandra Ramadeepa, he's the championship leader. Wouldn't have things his own way. The talking point though early on was about Fairozi Torkatullah. He had won in Mandalika and picked up a P3 as well. And the Yamaha racer was looking in fine fettle in the early stages yesterday. There he is on the blue in P3 at the moment, Barry.
Yeah, he was really strong, really determined. He knew he was in with a shot for the championship. There was a few accidents at that turn 15. Riders getting on the power too early.
That was Cal Vietnam going off there, but it was a roundabout near that Herjan Atner, who was just shadowing the front two, Kiandra Ramadeepa and Fairozi, and then Fairozi just seems to lose it. He looks in really good form as he comes round bike number 36. He's got form on his side, then he takes the lead. He's looking good, it's the only Yamaha, but then it all goes pear-shaped for him.
Yeah, just lost the front. That was totally his own work. Nobody else involved in that. So he went down, and so did his really strong chances of a championship. He's still, of course, in the hunt.
Then we had a thrilling finale. Yuki Ayashi on the Kawasaki was looking strong. This circuit probably suits the more highly powered Kawasaki's. And there's the green livery of Ayashi, bike number 37, who's leading the way. We've got 2 laps to go here. And this is where he begins to make his move. He's surrounded by Astra Honda, the 46 of Herjan Atner. As they come into the final lap, it could not get any closer, this finish. Because look at this, it is Herjan Atner who leads, 46 leads, but coming all the way. Ayashi, he gets closer, he pulls out the slipstream. Ayashi doesn't make it by 5,000ths of a second. It is the Astra Honda team who win it. They just hold on. Another 10 meters and Kawasaki get the victory.
That's it. Brilliantly judged win from Herjan, you have to say.
So that was yesterday. 5,000th of a second between P1 and P2. Remarkable, particularly around this circuit. It's 5.5 kilometers of undulating, awkward, difficult turns and straights.
Yeah, all kinds of challenges there. We look at the VIPs on the grid. We're going to go down to Daniel.
On the grid now for the AP 250 race 2. Still cloudy conditions, but no concerns of rain. There's no rain clouds on the way, let's put it that way. So great weather for racing. But right in front of me is where Kiandra Ramadeepa should be, but Kiandra unfortunately had a big fall earlier, and he won't be participating in this race, but he's recovering well already. And we're gonna have a chat with Aiki Yoshi. Aiki, it was so close yesterday. Great result nevertheless. Have you guys made any changes for the race today?
Yeah, race 1 was I'm lost 0.005 second, so but today I don't lose, so I will more pushing and focus on the race. I'll do my best.
Thank you so much, Aiki. We look forward to seeing it. And now we're gonna go one place down to Irfan Haikal, who's been on fantastic form recently. It's back to Irfan looking like that threatening rookie once again. So Irfan, recently your form has been so good. What's different this time for you?
First kali saya nak ucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, dan pada race kali ni saya dengan tim dapat setup sangat good untuk race 1, dan pada race 2 ni saya dengan teammate saya Syarifudin, kita orang akan cuba sehabis baik untuk naiki podium di Taas Pang.
So a quick translation there is that him and the team have found a really good setup, and he's going to work together with Damok to try and find the way onto the podium. So good luck to you, Irfan. And now we're going to go one place down to a very, very successful rider, Gary Salim. Gonna have a quick word with him. So Gary, we've seen you here in MSBK, and it was you and Irfan Ardiansyah as well. So we're just wondering, will we see you guys together in Buriram?
Maybe in Buriram, no. Here, I will cut only in Malaysia.
So the result so far is not too bad. How's the development with the team been?
Yes, yesterday was P6, not so bad, but today I will try more because the target is in the podium.
We look forward to seeing it. Good luck to you. Back to you, Desmond Barry.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yes, get well soon. The absentee for Kiandra Ramadeepa. They may well be saying get well soon, but what an opportunity this is for bike number 46, Herjan Adna, to actually get himself in the championship lead and put himself in a strong position. A victory today, and he'd take a 20-point lead into Buriram.
Yeah, and he looked good for it yesterday. He's got lots of competition, we know that, but we also saw the pure class of Herjan Adna. And here's another classy rider, although he took himself out of contention for race 1 yesterday for Rosie Torikatula. A really quick, determined rider, hitting the peak of his form, you have to say.
Fabulous to see on the front row of the grid, 3 different categories. The Kawasaki of Aoki Aoshi is now in P3. And we move a little bit further back. This is Sharafuddin Azman, who moves into P5 in the absence of Kiandra. Sharafuddin had a good result yesterday, a P3. He's not completely out of things either if he can get a victory. Cal Vietnam, well, what an interesting season he's had. A win almost by default and a couple of spectacular crashes.
Yeah, and won yesterday indeed. But I saw him in pit lane. He looks fit, no damage done. Talking of looking fit, here's a rider,
ACR.
Chiraimi.
Yeah, coming from Singapore. Welcome up the North-South Highway. He'll be hoping the traffic isn't as packed as it is on that road normally. And then alongside them, Bike 88, Kandra Hemawan, who was involved in a spectacular accident yesterday. Glad to see as well, because it looked a nasty little one at the end of turn 15, where he went down and took out Cal Vietnam with him. For Kandra, he's in P9 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
Yeah, and we are of course missing Araya Gasca, so we've got 2 leading championship contenders out of this race.
Araya Gasca is an injured absentee. He's 4th, Aoshi. So in the championship standings, 122 points Kiandra, 119 Herjan Adna, both Astra Honda Racing, 95 Ferozi Torikatula, and 92 for Sharafuddin, 89 for the absent Araya Gasca. Aoshi, 78. Must win today, Aoshi, I feel, if he has any kind of a chance.
Wildcard there, Emil Idzai Zwan for JRT Pits Bike One Way. Good to see them in this class as well as doing underbones, of course.
Experimental step up. There's the second of the Kawasaki's. And again, it's an experimental position for Deandra Trihardika.
Actually, we just got back to the front of the grid there. Actually, that was Aiki. But decent crowd here today. Glad the weather brightened up.
They're building up for the 1000cc and the 600cc's that will follow this race. They will have been thrilled by what we've just seen in the Underbone 150. They've seen a trophy, a title already won in the TVS one make. And here, we've got a bit of drama in that Indonesia's Kiandra Ramadeepa is an injured absentee.
That's it. Keep smiling until they turn the camera off. That's all you can do. So this is a revised grid we'll be having a look at in a moment. Leading the second row there is Irfan Haikal, who was just talking to Daniel.
And the brains just behind the Asia Road Racing Championship. They're looking on, they're enjoying the weather. It was pouring down earlier on today. There was talk of wet weather racing, but Malaysia has the ability to clear up very, very quickly, so no tyre issues for Dunlop to deal with. Not until later on anyway, when it begins to drizzle again.
It's possible.
Certainly is. There's a bit of cloud cover. Right then, let's have a focus on the AP 250. Persian Atna, second in the championship. Astra Honda Racing on pole. Fairozi Torikatullah needs to finish. Yamaha Racing Indonesia in P2. Iyoshi on the powerful Kawasaki for Motul Sniper Mantec.
And two Idemitsu Bunsu Hondas on row 2. Irfan Haikal, the exciting youngster, and Sharifuddin Azman. And next to them, Cal Vietnam, who was always in the lead, crashed out yesterday.
SEK Racing, Honda SEK with Gary Salim. Jazil Jaraimi from Team ACR, based out of Singapore, and Kandra Marwan from Yamaha Racing Indonesia. They're on the third row of the grid.
And Piwat Patumios is next to his teammate, Warwick Tongnopakun, for East NJT Racing Team, and Emil Idzar Ezwan for Pittsburgh One Way JRT is next to him.
Row 5, Jandra T. Hardika on the second of the Kawasaki's. Gao Diang for Team One for All is in P14, looking for incremental improvement. Watcherin Tukdimon from East NJT Racing on P15.
And we've got an Indian wildcard for Gusto Racing India on row 6, Orwin Xavier. Next to him, Nagun Hutri, who had a really good race yesterday, and Kevin Kintel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India.
You're quite right about Hutri. He got into the top 8. Wang Jiadong from Victor Racing Team, P19, bike 461. Chun Cheng Jiang from TY Antara's racing team, again looking for improvements, bike 40 and P20. Osim Parambam, definitely looking for improvements, is the Indian for Idemitsu Honda Racing India.
And from Hong Kong on row 8, we've got Long Nanzi for Victor Racing Team, and Alfred Jacob Sablaya, the Filipino.
Okay, so at the front we've got genuine quality. Jiadong goes through as Singapore, their flag lies here in Malaysia.
Good to see all that enthusiasm and support.
A lot of Singaporeans come up and use Sepang as a practice circuit. There isn't a circuit in Singapore itself. Look at one in Johor, but Sepang International Circuit remains the place for motor racing, certainly in this part of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, it certainly is. Absolutely magnificent facility. Quite old now, but you wouldn't know it to come here and look at the facilities.
Resurfaced in 2016. And it's provided bags and bags of entertainment for us in the 7 races we've had so far this weekend. It's been a good round for the ARRC. Right then, 23 on the starting grid. No surprises. Herjan Atna, Astra Honda Racing, Fairozi, Yamaha Indonesia, and the Kawasaki of Iyoshi. Indonesia, Japan. Behind them, Malaysia, Vietnam. Eight laps of the circuit. It's a long way to red lights are on, and we are underway. It's a strong start from Fairozi. The man in P2 has got off to a fine start. Iyoshi again a little bit sluggish, that heavy bike causing a problem or two, but it's Fairozi who's got ahead of Herjan Atna. And on the inside, Cal Vietnam has a little look as well, but that's a fine start by Fairozi.
It was absolutely brilliant launch. Made Herjan look sluggish off the grid, but actually Herjan's start was pretty good. But like you said, Des, Aiki Iyoshi had trouble getting that Kawasaki off the line. Let's see what he can do with that Kawasaki power to catch up. And we got Sharifuddin Azman.
Sharifuddin, bike number 63. Pops his nose in temporarily in P2 until his teammate Irfan Haikal, very, very popular figure, goes through. 73 Gao Jiang makes his way and then just goes a little bit wide. He's overtaken by Watcherin. 188 goes through is Piewak Patumios. East NJT Racing, regularly middle of the pack, will be looking to get up to the top end of the pack. But at the front, Fairozi is storming away. Irfan Heikel, the only man who's really been able to go with him in this first lap, Barry Russell.
Yeah, Irfan Heikel, who had injuries, he's underperformed a little bit what we were hoping from him, but he performed really well yesterday, ended up in P4, and now he looks really strong coming up behind to challenge Ferozi. And Aiki Iyoshi making his way through into third.
Up the hill at turn 9 and then round 10. Ferozi looking good. We've said that so many times this season for Ferozi Turkatula. He had an injury, he missed three results or 3 races, 1 because of rain, 2 because of injury. But he's had 4 podiums in 6 races, but 0 points yesterday, of course. Irfan Heikel, who was fastest in qualification at Mandalika, well, he's now the new race leader as they come down the far straight, the penultimate straight here at Sepang.
Yeah, nicely round the outside by the young Malaysian. And Cal Vietnam's up there with Shirafuddin.
As is the Kawasaki.
Yeah, this is so interesting because he's got to stop it from high speed, which is difficult for the Kawasaki, and then he's got all that power to use up the straight. So it's good news and bad news.
Well, we saw the difficulties have off the start both yesterday and today. The Kawasaki of Ayoshi goes forward in 2nd place and then accelerates past Ferozi. He has got ferocious beast-like pace on the long straights, and he's got to really utilize that. Cal Vietnam comes through into P2.
Yeah, Torikatula still there.
Cal Vietnam for Honda Racing Vietnam. Year after year after year, we've seen Cal Vietnam get more and more competitive. This season, he's got a race win to his name. He's competing for a top 3 place. He's also got a P2 to his name as Cal Vietnam, bike number 65.
Yeah, Kandra for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Just moving Herjan out of the way, and Cal Vietnam.
Interesting to see what impact that this morning's practice will have had on everybody's mindset, because it was absolutely pouring down with rain, and so the practice was almost immaterial, apart from the fact that they know it can rain here at Sepang.
Yeah, it was a properly wet warm-up, as you say. Cal Vietnam takes a look at the clear air in front at Sepang, in front of Aiki Yoshi. And so we've got Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, 1, 2, 3.
Perfect. And behind them, Honda of Sharafuddin, both Idemitsu Bunchu Hondas, Sharafuddin Azman, who's not a million miles away from making a championship charge. The 75 points still up for grabs. Top speed at the moment, 193 kilometers per hour. That belongs to Cal Vietnam, who's also, well, Gary Salim actually, bike number 31 is fastest through sector 1 on the latest lap, a 31.1, which is pretty rapid for Gary Salim. He's in the 2nd group.
What's worth watching here, Des, is that this front 5 group we can see on our screen now is just edging away from the group behind, and that group behind includes Herjan Atna Firdaus.
Indeed it does. We've not been able to mention the Astra Honda Racing man. The absence of Kiandra Ramadeepa, the championship leader, who had a fall this morning in those wet conditions. That gives an opportunity to others. 46 just leading that 2nd group as they go round. He's in P6 at the moment, is Herjan Atna. Coming around there after that, that's Hu Tri, who had such a good finish yesterday, the Vietnamese. So Vietnam isn't all about Cal Vietnam. Hu Tri is making a move as well. And there is Hu Tri, who's going to come through in 16th place. Actually, it's better than that. 14th place.
Yeah.
Up at the front. Ayoshi, the Japanese, leads the way.
Yeah, once again we saw Cal Vietnam lead over the line, and then Aiki Yoshi haul him in on the run through to turn 1 and lead the pack. Now they're on turn 2, turn 3.
Yoshi has got the power. He lost by just 0.05 of a second. Truly, if the finish line was 10 meters further on, he would have taken the victory. 31 is Gary Salim. He's for the SCK racing team.
Yeah, he was at the front of the 2nd group yesterday.
Cal Vietnam is riding very, very smoothly. It gets blown away when it comes to the long straights from the Kawasaki, so looks like you've got to get just a little bit of a lead coming into the final two straights. Otherwise, Cal Vietnam and Ferozi might find themselves in trouble.
Yeah, the thing with the Kawasaki is just to get the power down exactly right on the exit to turn 15, so that he can have that power advantage kick in. Wasn't quite enough yesterday, was it?
No, no. By a whisker. Interestingly enough, Emil Izdar Ezron for Pitspike Racing. He's making a fine fist of things behind Herjan Adner in the second group. As you say, Pitspike putting a team into the 250s. It is a development for them, and it's working for them with Emil Izdar.
Yeah, it is. And this is by far the best showing they've had this season.
25 is what you're in for the East NJT racing team, consistently middle of the pack, and there's two of their bikes right next to each other, 27 and 25 at the back of that train.
Yeah, they've had some good results. Not quite a podium yet. There's some gesticulating there from number 68 machine. That's Jazil Jeremy.
Well, interesting there that the Kawasaki pace didn't really work. This is Gary Salim alongside Emil Izdar for Pitspike. Gary Salim is a name that we know, a former champion at this category. And then, once again, Cal Vietnam is able to manipulate his way into the lead at the front. We are at 1/3 of the way through the race, just over.
Yeah, I think this is the right moment to shout out for the technical regulations, or the authors thereof, because you can see we've got three manufacturers in this championship, and they're all represented in number 1, 2 and 3, as Aiki Yoshi on Kawasaki just gets his way through to the lead. He's just ahead of Ferozi and Cal Vietnam.
Cal Vietnam having a bit of trouble over the rumble sticks, and he's in P3 at the moment. You're right, all three manufacturers, different categories, so different, the bikes. The Kawasaki's heavier, but with more grunt. The Honda and the Yamaha's a little bit nimbler, as you can see. Once we hit the technical parts of the circuit, they just handle that a little bit smoother, whereas you've really got to work hard to shift that Kawasaki.
Yeah, Aiki Yoshi is he's got a strong build. He's not one of the smaller riders by any stretch of the imagination. He probably needs that power to change direction on that Kawasaki.
Yoshi in the green, trails Ferozi in the blue. Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
Behind him Sharafuddin and Kandra Hermawan, the wild card in for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, doing a good job.
Yeah, Yamaha look to have got the setup right. Idemitsu FIM Honda, of course, this is their home circuit for them, 63. 41 are their bike, Sharafuddin Azman, who's got world-class experience. But it's Ferozi who's been able to just edge away as we approach the halfway. And nobody's really been able to pull away. What is the gap? It's less than 2 seconds. It's about 1.5 seconds between P1 and P9. So this is going to be a hugely contested race coming into the final 4 laps.
And I think that is Herjan Adner in P9. Here they come.
Herjan Adner.
P8.
P8, yeah. Bike number 46. Not too far behind. Yamaha crew look on. All respectful at the moment. I think a lot of fingers crossed there to say to Ferozi, stay on that bike. If you stay on that bike, you'll be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, and I think the steady pace from the riders at the front is probably helping Herjan, who we know is running with a double rev cut by virtue of the lead that he has over most of his rivals in the championship.
Yeah, once again, the regulations, they work long and hard to try and make this as competitive as possible. If you get too far in the lead, you get a rev cut, and so it's a kind of slight handicap. He's suffering that handicap at the moment. He's in P8 at the moment. That would be 8 points. It would take him into the lead in the championship ahead of Kiandra Ramadipa, an injured absentee this afternoon.
I just think the longer this race goes on at this pace, the more chance Herjan has got to make his way up into podium contention.
They're lapping around about 2:27. Barosi at 2:27.4, Aoshi at 2:26.95. Cal Vietnam, who's the race leader, at 2:27.3. Honda Racing Vietnam. It's taken them a while to really become front runners, Honda Racing Vietnam, but regularly we're seeing Cal Vietnam and other competitors from Vietnam make their mark on the Asia Road Racing Championship. Cal Vietnam leads the way beyond 50% of the race. Rosie in P2. Long sweeping corners these.
And it's so good to see like the pit spike, JLT pit spike one way of Emil Itza in there, and also the SCK of Gary Selim.
There's a good selection there, and just trying to stay on the end are the East NJT racing team. Focused on these front three. Sharafuddin Azman begins to make a move for the first time. Malaysian who's lapped this Sepang circuit probably thousands of times in his career. He's in P3, just overtaken by the Yamaha of Fairozi. Cal Vietnam has a lead, not by much. And again, Herjan Atna is holding on, bike number 46, just at the tail of this group. He'll be looking to pick up as many points. He probably realizes that a victory is going to be beyond him with such a big group ahead of him. But pick up as many points as you can, put yourself in a strong position going to Thailand for the final two races.
And Emil Itza is looking increasingly comfortable in this company. Pit spike one way, JRT.
Looking very comfortable, isn't he? He's actually pulled onto that group, and so that leading group of 5 is now a leading group of 6.
Yeah, running there just behind Ferozi.
Sharafuddin has the lead. Cal Vietnam takes a nice tight line inside, everybody knee down. You can see how much work Yoshi has to do on that Kawasaki.
But he hasn't let up at all, has he? He's been 1, 2, 3 all the way through. Credit to Cal Vietnam as well. He's been close to the front all the way through, led several laps. I think this is really interesting with Emil coming up.
The humidity at Sepang in Malaysia, it's a test of the physical capabilities of the riders as well.
Cal Vietnam once again slides his way into the lead, this time ahead of Sharafuddin.
Sharafuddin Azman has shown increasingly good form. He picked up a podium yesterday. He started the season well with a 4th, a 3rd and a 4th, then ran into a little bit of okay-ish kind of form. Picked up a podium yesterday. How we'd love to launch a championship challenge, because you never know in Buram. It's a long way away. You can work a lot on your bikes as they come through. Penultimate straight once again. Cal Vietnam from Sharafuddin Azman. Ferozi takes that wide line.
Yeah, and Cal Vietnam trying to get through, but Sharafuddin, I think he's going to keep it tight. He's not going to... Oh, he is. Good work from the Vietnamese.
He was more aggressive than Sharafuddin.
Yeah, he was.
And Sharafuddin couldn't take a drive down the main straight and loses 2 places as a result. 2 laps to go. A lot of work, and have a look at this. Emil Izdar Ezwan, the local on the local team pit spike, the gold and black livery, really is now part of this equation. And so is Kandra, the second of the Yamahas, and so is Herjan Atna, as is Erfan Heikel.
Yeah, this is such an intriguing race because of the variation of bikes. Teams that we're not used to seeing at the front coming through. Again, hats off to the people who make the regulations.
Honda, Cal Vietnam, working hard. 88. Marwan took Cal Vietnam out in spectacular fashion yesterday. Now this time they're competing for the race lead. Now 24 hours can make a difference. It's about 8 kilometers still to go. So plenty of changes coming your way, but it's Yamaha in 2 and 3 at the moment, Barry. And looking good. I'm just wondering whether or not the Kawasaki, whether or not a bit of fatigue is kicking in on Eiko Yoshi.
What watching Ferozi too, because he knows after losing his grip on championship contention, because he was so close to it before, if he's aware of the position of the main rivals there, Hergen is behind him. You'll know, of course, that Keandre is out. He knows that he has to go race by race and score as well as he can. So a win here for Ferozi would be extremely valuable.
As it would for Sharafuddin Azman. Let's not forget, he's looking to do it, as it would for all of them. Cal Vietnam leads the way. Emil Izdar Ezwan has slowly but surely really made himself part of this equation. It's a 9-man train, and Hergen Atna is at the end of that 9-man train. Yeah. Okay, is it Ferozi who's taken the different line? It is. Both Yamahas decide to go way on the outside, and how about this? It is Emil who leads, but goes too wide. The cutback from 1 or 2, maybe just 1.
Yeah, he held that well.
Cal Vietnam leads. We go into the final lap, and Pitspike in P2 might fancy this. Ferozi on the Yamaha in P3, and the acceleration and the power from the Kawasaki right then. Ayoshi, has he made his move now? Has he decided to go for gold from the start of the lap?
Let's see if he can get away through the twisty sections. He's got Cal Vietnam behind him, then Ferozi. Hergen has made his way up as we thought he might, now in P4.
Ayoshi tried to make that move, and he hasn't got it. So when it gets technical, when you've really got to shift the bike around, the Kawasaki is a lump of hindrance. And Cal Vietnam manipulates his Honda. Ferozi manipulates his Yamaha much more nimbly.
Vietnam ahead, Ferozi knowing that this could reignite his championship hopes.
Where's 46? Yeah. Sharafuddin's dropped off, but 46 is in P6 at the moment.
Yeah, he moved up to P4, he's been shuffled back a little bit. Emil, we're looking for possible fairy tale podium for the Pitspike one-way JRT outfit.
Final half lap as they come up turn number 9, they come up the hill. This is where the Kawasaki might begin to show its power. This is where Ayoshi gets undercut there by Ferozi. Nice line coming in from Cal Vietnam. It's a really good ride from Cal Vietnam. But has he got the pace? Has he got the lead to hold off the power of the Kawasaki coming down the final 2 straights? These 3 are clear, Barry.
Yeah, these 3 are clear. Ferozi really wants this. Cal Vietnam wants another victory that nobody can talk about or try to take credit away from him, but he's got that powerful Kawasaki behind him, and we're looking at who's going to fan out. We've seen Ferozi on the go to the left side early, but this time it's Aiki Ayoshi. Cal Vietnam still ahead, Des.
Ayoshi lost by 0.005 of a second in race number 1. Is he going to get closer this time? Cal Vietnam on the inside. Ferozi on the Yamaha. Right then, Ayoshi tries to come out once again. Ayoshi for the 2nd straight race. Ayoshi beaten on the line. And it's Ferozi who holds on for the victory. A P3 for Cal Vietnam. Ferozi on Yamaha. Ayoshi Kawasaki. And Cal Vietnam, Emil Izdar, a terrific P4. Kandra Hermawan, a very good 5. Hergen Atna, 10 points for P6, will be the new championship leader. But Ferozi can celebrate a victory for the 1st time this season. Sorry, 3rd time this season.
Yeah, that was an important win for him for the reasons we were talking about. That reignites his championship hopes. And I tell you what, he's a warrior. He comes back from adversity like nobody else. He's come back from a broken leg and missing 1 whole round. He's come back from the disappointment of a crash yesterday, and he's won today in race 2. Fantastic character from the Indonesian.
It was a photo finish, but I think the naked eye this time, it wasn't as close as yesterday's 0.005 of a second.
It was huge.
100th of a second.
Yeah, it was a whole 13 thousandths of a second this time. But there he is. He knows what that victory means. And we will see what that means for the championship very shortly. Just a reminder, Keandre Ramadipa out of this race. Arayagaska, another championship contender, out of this race after breaking his wrist on Friday. And big shout too for Pitsbike one-way JRT for the P4 they picked up with Emil Idzar Ezwan. Congratulations to the local team. Brilliant performance, right amongst the top factory-supported teams.
Right. Also, congratulations, Arwin Xavier picking up points in P15. Gao Jiang in P14. Good to get these guys involved. Hu Tri picks up another few points, 4 for P12. Van Heikel will be frustrated with a P9 for him, or Idemitsu Bunshu Honda.
Yeah, disappointing for Bunshu Honda. Their riders slipped to 8th and 9th with Shurafudin and Irfan. They were threatening earlier in the race.
Let's have a look at the finish, how close it was. Coming down the main straight once again. Cal Vietnam, Fairoze Torkatula and Aiki Aoshi were involved in a sprint for the line. You thought here that Aoshi could come out of the slipstream and get the better of Fairoze. Did he leave it too late, Barry Russell? Well, clearly he did, because once again, he wants an extra 50 kilometers on this, 50 meters on this circuit.
Yeah, that was a full wheel. It's not quite long enough for that 4-cylinder power to drag him ahead. It's not quite enough. Gary Salim comes into Parc Fermé, but a tap on the front fairing for the number 36 of Ferozi Torikatula. Really important race for him.
Got a feel for Aoshi though. He's lost 2 races by a combined total of 100th of a second.
Yeah,
combined.
Yeah, that's it. But the Kawasaki has arrived as a force. Next time we're going to Buriram. That's a fast circuit as well. And you can see the joy of Ferozi there. He knows he's come back again and conquered adversity.
And propelled himself into the championship. He's just 9 points away from Herjan Atner, who's the new championship leader. 2 points shy of Keandro Ramadipa. So Astra Honda Racing at 1 and 2. But there's genuine challenges coming in from Fairozi on the Yamaha, and Shafudin Azman will be frustrated to only pick up 8 points today, because he was in that leading group for so long.
Yeah.
Fairozi.
There he is. Thanks everybody he can think of thanking. It's time for hugs for the Indonesian. Yesterday's disappointment forgotten now in the joy of victory.
He's in great form, Fairozi. That is his 3rd podium, his 4, his 2nd win in 3. And he's taken it by 0.013 of a second from the poor Aiki Aoshi on the Kawasaki. But you're quite right, the Kawasaki has arrived here. Cal Vietnam, another good podium for him. He's now got a 1st, 2nd and a 3rd to his belt in this season. Herjan Atner will be pretty happy with those 13 points. Actually, it's better than I thought for Herjan Atner. 13 points, not the 10, so he will increase his lead a little bit more than I thought. Emil Izdahar in 5th, Kandra in 6th. Gary Salim for SCK Racing Team on the Honda in P7. Sharafuddin Azman will be frustrated to have been beaten in that battle for the line, as will Irfan Heikel for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda. I think they were looking for better than that. Solid performances once again from Watcherin and Warrit from the East NJT Racing Team, bikes 25 and 27. Hu Tri in the points again. Deandra Trihardikar continues his learning curve on the Kawasaki. Gaoji Ang 14-1 for all in 14. Kevin Quintal in 16. Jazil Jarami out of the points for Singapore with Team ACR. Welcome to the Asia Road Racing Championships. Pirwat, Jadong, Shun Chenjiang, Yong Nangse, and Mosin completing the top 23.
Yeah, those results did change, but let's have a look at the recap first.
Highlights from a very competitive AP 250 race 2 of round 5 of the Asian Road Racing Championship season at Sepang. Fairozi Torkatula got off to a flying start on bike number 36 in the Yamaha. He crashed out yesterday, very frustrated not to have picked up any points yesterday, knew he needed a good result here and would go on and get a good result. And his start in the end, Barry Russell, will prove to be very important.
Yeah, indeed it did. And at this point in the race, strong showing there from the two Bunsu Hondas of Sharafuddin and Irfan Haikal. And Cal Vietnam was there, close to the front all the way through, as was the green Kawasaki mounted Aiki Iyoshi.
Iyoshi, I think we all have a soft spot for him, particularly here, as yesterday he was beaten by 5,000th of a second into second place. Surely lightning wouldn't strike twice. Well, this is Malaysia, lightning strikes a lot. As the race at the midpoint range, Sharafuddin Azman, bike number 63, looked like he thought, yeah, home advantage, I've got to make the most of it. But it wouldn't prove to be a sustained challenge from Sharafuddin Azman. Instead, Cal Vietnam would stay in the front group. And Yamaha would have a double challenge. Kandra Hermawan would join Fairozi Torkatula in the front 5.
Yeah, it was a strong performance from Kandra. Once again, we look at Aiki Iyoshi.
Looked like he was trying to make a burst for it on this final lap, but couldn't get away. It's too technical, the rest caught up with him. And so when it came to the penultimate straights where he had the power, he didn't really have a lead that he wanted coming into this final section of the race.
Yeah, Hergen just dropping back a little bit. It looked as though he was going to come through.
Tight line from Cal Vietnam. Wouldn't prove good enough. Perfect line from Fairozi. And then Iyoshi, does he leave that pull out from the slipstream a little bit late? The answer is yes. He loses by 100th of a second. And look at the different reactions.
He knew it that time. Yesterday he didn't know it. And just to talk about the result for 4th and 5th, it did switch between Emil and Kandra. That was 1,000th of a second separating them. Dancing onto the podium is Cal Vietnam.
Quite rightly. Honda Racing Vietnam really got a lot to be proud of in their progress over the seasons. When they were struggling, not picking up points, very easy to lose faith in the project. But they've carried on. Iyoshi, when am I going to win one this season? Fairozi Torkatula, well, that's win number 3. If he didn't have that injury in Motegi, he could already be well clear in the championship.
Could indeed, but he's not giving up.
National anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Very proud singing of the national anthem. Such a different mood. You saw the pit crew yesterday when Fairozi went down. They were aghast. Today they are thrilled to bits. Prizes handed out today by the ever popular Kentaro Kobayashi, Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited, otherwise known as Dunlop.
Aiki Iyoshi.
Ayoshi in P2, one Japanese to another.
And your race winner.
Is that a big smile? Is that a forced smile?
I think he's pretty happy, judging by the conversation I had with him with pit lane a couple of hours ago.
Ferozi is happy. Right back in the championship.
From FIM Asia, President.
Recovered marvellously from that injury. And Stefan Maki Karapie, FIM Asia President, hands out the team award to Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Well deserved as well.
How unusual not to see Astra Honda on an AP250 podium.
Quite right. But they remain 1 and 2 in the overall championship standings, as we'll see in just a short moment.
And a big thank you to Mr. Kentaro
Confirmation.
Mr. Stefan Maki Karapie for presenting the awards to all.
Happy. Ferozi. Yeah. Buriram. They'll be thinking long and hard about race strategies in Buriram. 132 points, your leader, Herjan Atna-Ferdaus. 10 clear of teenage Kiandra Ramadeepa. Astra Honda Racing 1 and 2, but look at that, Yamaha Racing Indonesia right back in the mix, just 12 points adrift. Sharafuddin Azman, he's still not completely out of it. Probably could have done with a podium today, not completely out of it. And Ayoshi, well, he'd be on 100 plus points if he had just a couple of meters more on this circuit. Araya Gasco, an injured absentee, on 89 points for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Cal Vietnam up to 77 points for the season. He's in P7. Warit Tong Nopakun from East NJT Racing on 64 points. So they are the top 8 in the championship standings. It's beautifully poised going into Buriram. But let's just think once again about the race that we've just seen. And Daniel Bogas, I believe, is on the podium where he's talking to the race winner.
So Ferozi is back to the top step for you after a difficult weekend for Yamaha, but nevertheless, what a fantastic race that was with a really good battle. How was it?
Yeah, for the first, I say thanks to Allah, Alhamdulillah. And for the race, after crash yesterday, I stay focused. I'm step by step, and lap by lap, step by step. It's okay, but I check in the last corner. And then for the bike, very good. Thanks to my team, thanks to my mechanic. I hope no, until last round, I stay the podium, I stay the top podium, and I back to the champion. And I hope this year I get the champion in AP250.
Thank you so much, Ferozi. Big congratulations.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
The FIM Asia Road Racing Championship comes to you from the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. A good crowd on hand to watch some very, very good racing. Just an example, the AP250 race that we've just seen was decided by 1/100th of a second between P1 and 2. Not quite as close as yesterday's AP250, which was decided by 5,000th of a second. That's how close it has been. It's been very competitive, Barry Russell.
Sure has, and not even mentioning the Underbones, which was 3,000ths of a second between P1 and 2.
Okay, they are races that have already happened. Let's look at races that are about to come through, starting with the Supersport 600, yesterday's activity, where Helmi Asman on home surface, the Prince of Sepang, you call him. Well, he found a tough opponent in Apiwat Wangtananon. The Thai, who is leading the championship standings by quite some way. The Yamaha gave Helmi a tough time yesterday.
Yeah, he did. He was there or thereabouts. Apiwat led away, as you said, but Helmi got in front pretty quickly. But as we will see, it was Apiwat showing a wheel almost at every turn. There he goes to Helmi. Helmi didn't crack at all under the pressure. There was a bike crashing behind there, you can see.
Tanat going out.
Yeah, that was Tanat. Unfortunate exit for the young Thai, who had been really quick here.
And then sliding out as well.
There goes Adananta.
Now that is crucial because Adananta Putra is second in the championship standings, and that meant that Apiwat could increase his lead and would almost make himself unassailable if he could win this race. But Helmi, the Prince of Sepang, I'm going to keep calling him that, he was faultless up at the front, and behind them there was a really good battle going on between the young Thai Kiatisak, who's really come on this season on the Honda Racing Thailand, and Azroy Aki Manwa, as well as young Veda Ega Pratama. Good battle for P3.
Yeah, that was a really good battle, because at this stage of the race you could just see that Apiwat didn't quite have the pace to haul in Helmi. But you can see those three bikes barely separated behind them. Veda, Azroy and Kiatisak, and you'd have to back Azroy at this circuit.
Well, we back Helmi Asman, and Helmi would go on to pick up an important victory, his first win of the season, remarkably. He was very, very happy with that. It means he's third in the overall championship standings, but that's a good win for a good P2 for Apiwat Wangtananon, and helped by the fact that Adananta Putra did not finish. It means that Apiwat has a huge lead in the championship standings after that P2.
So now it's today. Sorry, Des.
Yeah, this is today, just to take your words from you. And I think we can go down to Daniel Bogas, who is amongst the scrum at the start-finish line, which, as you can see, is in the middle of those two straights. It's a fabulous end to this Sepang International Circuit. And I think we can now go down to Daniel Bogas, and let's see what pre-race thoughts he can give us.
On the grid now for the Supersport 600, the sun has come out to play. Well, momentarily, the clouds have come back as well. But interestingly, I just found out from Dunlop that the track temperatures are about 15 degrees cooler than yesterday, but it is way more humid. Nevertheless, we are going to spin around to the right and have a chat with Adananta Putra. Has got a very nice get well soon for Kiandra there. So Adananta, yesterday was a tough day for you, but still managed to get points. What's this race looking like for you?
Yes, yesterday was crash and very difficult condition for me, because I want to manage my point to fight for the championship. Yeah, but yesterday was happened, and today I just want to give my best. I try to also follow the top group and fighting until the last, and then yes, I want to win.
Well, this time around you have Veda Ega with you, so is there any plan with Veda for this race?
Actually, no have team order, we just race by ourselves. Yes.
Thank you so much, Adananta. Good luck to you. And now we're gonna scooch over one place down and have a chat with Azroy Ake Manwar, who's gonna try and squeeze past our cameraman here. So, Azroy, you and Helmi are known as the Princess of Sepang, but yesterday was a difficult one for you. Can you tell us about what happened?
Yeah, I'm still
using my riding style into 1000 bike last round, so I'll need to adapt more quickly, and I hope that today we will strong like before, because yesterday I quite struggle with the tire and also setup. So hopefully today will be better.
Thank you so much, Azroy. Good luck. And now we're going to head one row down to McKinley Kyle Pass. We're going to get a quick word with Kyle about this race. He's just doing a quick interview. We're going to interrupt real quick. So, Kyle, Yamaha's been doing decently here in Sepang, but the Hondas are looking strong. How are you feeling for this race?
Yesterday I got a strong P6, but we need to adjust about the setting. So now I hope the setting will be better for the race 2, and let's see how I can do this race.
Thank you so much. Good luck to you. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thanks very much, Daniel. A P6 yesterday for McKinley Kyle Paz. His best result of the season has been a P3 in the first round of the season, second race at Buriram.
Yeah, that really was a promising start, and I think the words of Azroy on the grid, he will have been stung by not getting onto the podium at least yesterday. And he's made some setup changes, so watch out for the number 20.
This is the man who is on pole position, though, Apiwat Wongtananon. He can't win the title, but a victory here today will all but win the title, barring an absolute catastrophe at Buriram, which never happens in the Thai races.
No, that's right. Home round. There is Helmi, who took that brilliantly judged victory under immense pressure yesterday.
And this fella, Katisak, he's grown throughout the season. A couple of podiums now. We had his series win, his 7th, 5th, 8th, 5th, 5th, 3rd, 3rd.
Yeah.
Not bad.
That's a nice line. Absolutely, yeah. Tanat, his teammate, is starting from the back of the grid. His time in qualifying was good, but he was found to be underweight by a little bit after qualifying. So he's starting from the back of the grid, following a trip to Pizza Hut, so hopefully he'll be all right this time.
Or another famous pizza chain. Strictly neutral on our pizzas.
Absolutely, yeah.
So then, the formation lap. Fastest in qualifying was Apiwat Wongtanam. He was the only man inside 2:09. Apiwat for Yamaha Technique Racing on pole position, ahead of Helmi Asman, Idemitsu Bunshu Honda Racing Team, and Kiatisuk Singapong, who I'd love to see his progression continue for Honda Racing Thailand.
And on row 2, we've got Adananta Putra, crashed out yesterday, wants to keep his championship hopes alive. Next to him, perhaps starting from P5 today, Tanat Longpriao and Azroy Hakim Anwar, looking for improvements today. P6.
Veda Ega Pratama, Astra Honda Racing Team, a light fellow who's learning the trade in the Supersport 600s. He's in P7, as is McKinley Kyle Paz, who's a former Underbone winner of the ARRC, stepping up to the big boys. And Kengo Nagao, who's been racing the big boys for quite some time.
Yeah, and going on to row 3, sorry, I lost row 4, I lost it there. We've got Reza Danica Arens, Wayu Nugroho and Sharjun Tong.
Indeed, Sharjun Tong from the Victor Racing Team. Even he's posting reasonable lap times, 2:11.813. Not expected to be anywhere near the podium, but he'd love to break into the top 8. He'd love to get 1 or 2 scalps. He'd love to get closer to Wayu Nugroho from Yamaha Racing. And maybe even Reza Danica from Astra Honda, who's the defending 250 champion, stepping up to 600s this season.
That's right, he was 41 seconds off the winner yesterday, having progressively been bringing down his lap times all weekend.
In the championship standings, Apiwat Wongtananon 144 points, 28 clear of Adananta Putra. As Khalid Mpawi looks on. Khalid Mpawi knows this circuit pretty well, part of the ARRC last season and in years gone by.
Yeah,
we miss him.
Yeah, we do actually. He was fantastic all the way through last season. But he's looking in good shape there. I almost didn't recognise him.
Carrying on the championship standings, Helmi Asman, 105 points. Is 39 points adrift of Apiwat. And bike number 32 is Helmi. Won yesterday. Remarkably, I had to do a double take, first win of the season in this ARRC Supersport 600cc. Azroy Hakim, his teammate, has won twice. Helmi's been close. He's had 2 P2s and a P3, as well as a P4 and a P5. But 2 DNFs. 2 DNFs hurt you in short championships or 12 race championships.
Yeah, only 1 double win so far this season. That was in the opening round for Apiwat, who got his campaign off to the best possible start.
So 12 on the grid. All 12 are happily sorted through the formation lap. 10 laps of Petronas Sepang International Circuit. Underway, flying start from 1 and 3. Kiatisak got off to a really good start, as did Apiwat Wangtananon. In fact, Kiatisak, the 2 ties, will be leading going into the first corner. Apiwat is there, also coming through. There was a little bit of debris flying off in the background there. Not sure where that came from.
No, it didn't look as though Apiwat had got away well, but he certainly got the power down as they got towards turn 1. It looked like Kiatisak was going to get ahead.
Adianta Putra's made a decent start as well, bike number 21. And left a little bit behind, Mohammed Helmi Asman.
Currently P4, indeed. And Vader Egger trying to poke his nose in front of Helmi. That didn't work out, and he lost, tried to go for 1 place, he's lost another 2.
Certainly has. The ground is shaking as the bikes come flying past us, as Apiwat moves into a lead. A victory here will make life much, much easier for him in Buriram. He could just make sure he trundles round and gets points on the board to secure the title.
Yeah, no need to take risks, particularly as he is still recovering from having broken his left wrist a week before Mandalika. But he's got his main championship rival, Adinanta, just with him now. And the Princes of Sepang just behind him.
Adinanta, that's going to stick, isn't it? That's your fault, Barry Russell. That's your fault.
It is.
Sultans, I'm convinced that should be what they are in Malaysia. Anyway, behind them, bike 85, Kiatisuk, after that flying start, is being pushed back to P4. As they come round to the first of the long straights that are the signature of this fabulous circuit. 5.5 kilometers of work, of which they've done about 4.5. And it is still Apiwat who leads. But under pressure, just poking his nose out, is Adinanta Putra, Astra Honda Racing.
Yeah, that was a beautiful move through on turn 14 by Azroy as well to bag himself another place. Not such a beautiful line through turn 15, however, as he gets out of shape.
Going very, very close to the pit wall there was Apiwat Wangtananon. Showed no fear of confined spaces, and having been just edged out of P1, he retakes it back, accelerating down through the pit wall. 1 of 10 laps now completed.
Yeah, Helmi pushing Adinanta really hard for that P2. Azroy watching just behind. Looks like they've got a little gap opening up to McKinley Carl Paz in P5.
Adinanta Putra a couple of times has taken the lead each time within a corner. It's been clawed back by Apiwat Wangtananon. And then the Sepang royalty.
It was, it was Helmi who is finding himself under pressure at every turn yesterday from Apiwat, and now it's Apiwat feeling the heat from Adinanta Putra, and shortly, I suspect, from Helmi Asman.
Behind them, McKinley Kyle Paz, showing some terrific form. We haven't really seen Kyle Paz, bike number 23, the second of the Yamahas. There he is, he goes through in P5. We haven't seen this form since race number 2 in Buriram.
Yeah, so cancel my earlier comment that a gap would open up back to McKinley Carl Paz. I beg his pardon, he's doing a brilliant job there. Helmy going wide and right round the outside there. And the lead has gone to Adananta.
He used the full width of the track there. It's a wide enough track as it is.
Yeah, so Apiwat gets on to that penultimate straight in third place. He goes into turn 15 first.
He's gone wide on both occasions, has Apiwat Wongtananon, and on both occasions he's been undercut, loses the lead over the start-finish line, then retakes it coming down the main straight.
Yeah, he's getting good drive out of that final turn, because I don't think there's much of a power difference or a speed difference between the Yamahas and the Hondas. In fact, just looking at the top speeds there,
250,
250 dead, yeah.
Fastest was McKinley Kalpaz at 258. That's quick. Good to see new names coming towards the leaderboard. And Kalpaz is clearly a rider of some talent. You don't win championships without having talent.
Yeah, just to remind everybody, he was the Underbone champion in 2019.
There he is on a much bigger bike. Just dropped off a little bit. Veda Ega Pratama, he's a youngster compared to, not quite a veteran, but now a well-established rider, McKinley Kalpaz. Up at the front, Apiwat still leads the way.
Kiatasaka's dropped off a bit, yesterday's P3 finisher. And now look who is trying to nudge his way through to the front. It's Azroy Anwar.
Good comment from Daniel in the pre-race, saying that the track temperature is much cooler than yesterday. In fact, a full 20 degrees cooler than yesterday.
Yeah.
So that might have an impact on the riding conditions. Apiwat versatile enough to cope with just about anything. Behind them, though, 20 is Ajroy Hakim Anwar. He's improved. He's made a couple of setup changes. But Helmy Asman not performing as well as yesterday.
Yeah, lap times looking about 1.5 seconds slower than they were yesterday, which is no surprise.
21 Adanantaputra is in P3. This will be the end of lap number 3 as Helmy Asman is just eased out of P4.
Yeah, by Veda, no less.
Then they'll come through. It's a lovely scream of the bikes as they come past us. McKinley Kalpaz on the Yamaha tries to edge his way into the top 4 and indeed does do. Once again, a problem there for Helmy Asman. Not finding it as comfortable as yesterday. Goes through on the inside of turn 2 though to retain 4 from McKinley Kalpaz. Ahead of them, Adanantaputra looking strong. And Azroy Hakim Anwar looking certainly in better nick than yesterday.
The question is Apiwat's pace slower than the riders behind him? And is that why they're bunching up? Let's see if anybody can get past him in the next few turns. It's going to be the rider behind him, Azroy. So he does. Adananta tucked in very close behind, Helmy very close behind. McKinley Kalpaz holding on to this group brilliantly.
Best laps yesterday, you mentioned it earlier. 2:10s, yes, mid-2:10s. We're a full second slower. We've got, right then, a new leader. Helmy goes wide though, coming up the hill at turn 9.
Yeah, that was a hard response, hard and immediate, almost preemptive response there from Apiwat as Helmy came up inside him.
Even if you've ridden this circuit hundreds of times as Helmy Asman has, there are a couple of positions where coming into turn 9 and into 1 and 2 where the undulations and the gradient can still take you, if not by surprise, but can catch you out if you get your braking remotely wrong.
Yeah, this is a real toss-up here at the moment. We've got Tanat on the back of these, just behind his teammate Kiatisak, so they're a little further back than we thought they might be, but they're only about 1.5 seconds off the lead. And the leader now, as they cross the line, is Azroy.
Azroi Hakim Anwar. 1.7 seconds the gap down to P8, which is Tanat. Reza Danica, Kengo Nagao and Wai Nagrohu having their own little battle for P9 as Xia Juntong comes through the start-finish line in P12.
Let's see what Azroi can do. Can he make an escape from the Thai Championship leader on that Yamaha Technique Racing Team Asia, R6? McKinley Carl Paz threatening for a podium finish. But we're halfway through now.
Adelanta, Flag 21, would love to finish ahead of Apiwat. Just make a little dent in that 28-point deficit in the overall championship standings. A lot of work to do. Well, Azroi Hakim as well would also like to get a little bit closer to Helmi Asman, scrapping for P3 in the championship. And Kiatisuk's in that little group as well. So there's a narrow picture of what to do on this race and a big picture of the championship standings and the micro issue of what to do on this corner as Adelanta goes through on the inside.
Fastest lap so far is with McKinley Carl Paz. So that's really intriguing as Apiwat gets shuffled back to third and just in front of his teammate, who for the first time this season looks as though he's going to threaten him.
Certainly does. And that's good for Yamaha. Probably good for Apiwat as well because he thrives under pressure. But it's 20. Azroi Hakim Anwar, 2 wins this season in the Supersport 600cc to his name. He leads coming down the penultimate straight. Good little line. Adelanta is there. Helmi not quite to grips with it. The 2 Yamahas in front of him. Kyle goes, tries to just chop inside Helmi and does exactly that. Holds on to P4. Azroi Hakim leads. The lap time for Azroi Hakim just gone at 2:11.5. That's consistently what is happening. We do have a new fastest lap time though. Adelanta Putra at 2:11 dead. So the lap times are getting quicker.
After this one, 4 laps remaining. They're in the early stages here. Looks as though Apiwat isn't quite able to manage the pace of the Hondas ahead of him. Question mark over Helmi Asman, who's a little way back now. He was, how far? About a second adrift as they crossed the line. Adelanta moves ahead.
Adelanta needs a good result here. The championship needs Adelanta to have a good result. We want this competition going to the final corner of the final race of the season. And Apiwat, if Apiwat wins this, that is unlikely to happen.
Azroi, Adelanta, Apiwat, the 3 A's. Will it be a podium lockout for the letter A?
Helmi Asman there as well, if you take out the Helmi.
Oh,
Like
that?
that.
Yeah, that was McKinley Carl Paz chopping in front of Apiwat.
Well, there won't be under team orders, but Kyle Paz will be wanting just to show a marker. That won't be great for Apiwat, but how do you work this? Every man for himself out there, unless a title is on the line?
I think so, and the title isn't really on the line. Apiwat's got a pretty decent cushion, so if McKinley Carl Paz can snatch P3 or better.
Azroi Hakim has the lead. Kyle Paz, a little bit of a slide. It's a trademark of Kyle Paz. He goes in. That's a little push on the inside. So Apiwat's down in P4 as we come through with 4 laps to go. Still plenty left here. Still over 23 kilometers to race, but McKinley Carl Paz wants to go around the outside, has gone far too wide. Switch back inside, but that's the wrong line to take around there, Kyle.
But he's still fighting back. Apiwat thought he snatched it back. But Carl came straight back. Didn't lose too much traction at all. Behind there's Beda Egger and Helmi Asman.
Katisak not too far out of this. Even Tanat at the end, the two Thai Honda racers. Adananta, he and Azroy having a rare old scrap up at the front. Unless they're helping each other just to establish a lead and get away from Apiwat Wangtananon, but that's not what is happening. Fastest lap belongs to Veda Eiga.
Yeah, disappointing race one for both those riders at the front. Azroy finishing down the order. Adananta finishing well down the order after crashing.
Actually a DNF for Adananta Putra. That's what he was given officially. Which is his first DNF of the season, of an otherwise consistent season. Adananta Putra has only got one win to his name. That was at Mandalika last time out. This season started at Buriram, a couple of races. Zhuhai, where there was one race before day two was abandoned because of rain.
Yeah, Veda Eiga just stood up. Apiwat Wangtananon then to get in front of him. So Apiwat won't take very kindly to the kind of mugging that he's been getting.
I was going to say he's been bullied a little bit today, Apiwat Wangtananon. It's normally him who does the bullying, and once again McKinley Kalpaz takes him on the inside. Apiwat comes through though. Veda Eiga is there, and Apiwat is feeling the heat from these young fellas.
Yeah, that was an impudent move that Veda took on him.
Championship points, bottom right of your screen. As it stands, Adananta had closed within 11 of Apiwat Wangtananon. Helmi had closed within 3 points of Azroy Hakim. Kiatisuk break the 100. That's as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, Azroy trying to move his way back to the front.
Adananta, he won at Mandalika. He's had 2 P3s at Mategi and at Buriram, and a P2 in Thailand. As you quite rightly said before, Apiwat Wangtananon had a win double, so Apiwat will be expecting at least one win when we go back to Buriram on the 7th and 8th of December.
Well, as we've come to expect in these later stages of the season, great performance from Adananta Putra.
This is building up beautifully.
Yeah.
This really is. This is going to be mighty close at the end. And Apiwat is under pressure for P5 now, as once again Veda Eiga takes a very, very aggressive line. And Apiwat Wangtananon, far from winning this race, will be hard-pressed to hold on to a top 4 berth. He's in P5 at the moment. And he's got Kiatisuk just building up ahead of speed. Helmi Asman, yesterday's winner, is also in that group as well. I can't believe that Helmi is so far off the pace today compared to yesterday.
Yeah, completely different conditions, completely different pattern in the race.
Again, Apiwat goes so wide. He loses at least 1 place, maybe 2. He's down into P6. Kiatisuk, as expected, makes a move. There is Helmi Asman in P7 as we go through with 2 laps to go, which is about 11 kilometers to go. Best performance of the season by 23, McKinley Kalpaz on the Yamaha.
And he's not finished yet, Des. He's pushing against Azroy and Adananta. Adananta has the advantage at the moment.
Speeds, they're hitting 250 kilometers, 257 regularly. Apiwat just put a 256 kilometer home straight in. Apiwat is currently in P6. Just got himself into P5 ahead of Kiatisuk. Well, this is new. McKinley Kalpaz has got himself right on the back of the front two. Adananta Putra, Astra Honda Race, Azroy Hakim Mamwa, Idemitsu Bunshu Honda. Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines. Sorry, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines. The Thai is trailing.
Yes, he is. This is really impressive work from McKinley Kalpaz, the Filipino.
Coming up the hill at turn 9. Always a difficult one to negotiate. I'm just having a look at Apiwat to see whether he's going to make a move on Veda Ega Pratama, the second of the Astra Honda racing guys. In focus.
Thinking about Helmi and Apiwat, you'd have to assume that all is not right with their machinery.
They were so far clear yesterday in race number 1. This time, this is the penultimate time that we will be coming down this straight. To the right, we've got the pits for the North circuit when they split Sepang into 2. 20, Azroy Hakim Anwar. 21, Adananta Putra. 23, McKinley Kalpaz. 54, Veda Ega Pratama. That's the order as we come through. Tight line from McKinley Kalpaz, but it will be Azroy Hakim Anwar who leads coming into the final lap. Azroy leads. McKinley Kalpaz accelerates, different line. The pit boards are out. It is go, 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 the message. And look at that. McKinley Kalpaz tries to sweep into P2. Azroy, can he hold him off? The answer is yes. But Adananta Putra is the new race leader.
Yeah, McKinley Kalpaz looking for that inside line as they got into turn 2. It didn't work out. Azroy was too good.
Reza
but we've got
Danica.
Reza Danica.
He's out.
Mechanical problem for the Indonesian. Not a great weekend for him. Sorry, Des, but Adananta trying to get clear now of Azroy.
Yeah, Astra Honda Racing looking for a win. Adananta second in the championship standings. He probably needs it more than anybody else in the Honda camp. I wouldn't say that was a confident look. It was a, can he do it look? The answer is McKinley Kalpaz is putting pressure on. Apiwat's got himself ahead of Veda Ega. Azroy Hakim has got himself back in the front as they come up the hill at 9. And this sharp right. Now then, they're building themselves up into a head of steam. Behind them, Veda Ega got in front of Apiwat once again. This is looking tough for Apiwat Wongtanen on Barry Russell.
Yep, it is. He knows he's really going to have to do whatever he's going to do on the last turn. Takes a very wide exit there.
Azroy Hakim Anwar has the lead. Now then, 2 straights. And of course, the line you take into the hairpin. Adananta Putra just tucks in behind the Prince of Sepang. On his own line was McKinley Kalpaz. Nice tight line from Azroy Hakim Anwar. Can he hold it? Azroy desperately leans into it. What kind of a drive does he get out? Azroy Hakim Anwar under pressure from Adananta, but Azroy Hakim Anwar, win number 3 of the season for Azroy Hakim. Adananta 2, Veda Ega 3, Kalpaz 4, Apiwat 5, Tanat 6, Kiatatus 7. Well done, Azroy.
Good comeback from a disappointing race yesterday when he was 4 seconds or so off the winner. So he said, ominously, I thought on the grid that today was going to be much better. The day was much worse, you have to say, for Helmi Asman, finishing down in 8th. That's a surprise. More surprising, if anything, than Apiwat finishing down in 5th. So solid points for Apiwat, given the advantage that he came into this race with. McKinley Kalpaz just missed out on that podium. He faded at the end. Veda made some brilliant late moves to claim his first podium.
No, 3rd. He had a P2 at Mandalika. He had a good time in.
Oh, of course he did. Yes,
yeah, he had a good time there. But there's your Prince. Now there was a lot of debris on the track at one stage. Looks like there's 1 or 2 bits and pieces. Shah Jun Tong enjoys the reflected glory of being alongside Azroy Hakim Anwar. But that's a really good performance from Azroy.
Yeah, this is how you hold a flag and do a wheelie at the same time. That's just showing off. So, brilliantly judged win. He had to fight for it all the way, but he got it exactly right. And it was just nerves of steel through that final turn. He kept the exit exactly right.
How Azroy must be looking back with some regret at his did not finishes on race numbers 1 and 2 in Buriram. If he was able to pick up any kind of points, then he would be right in the mix for the championship. He's not a million miles away, but it's going to be very, very difficult for him to do it. Confirmation, Azroy Hakim Anwar, Idemitsu FIM Honda. It's tight ahead of Adananto Putra, 800ths. Gosh, that's tight. Vader Eger, a very good 2 and 3 for Astra Honda Racing. McKinley Carl Paz, very good for him. It's not his best result of the season, but I'd argue his best ride, because he's beaten Apiwat Wongtananam, teammates on the Yamaha Techni Racing team. Tanat Longkliao picks up a P6 ahead of his teammate for Honda Racing Thailand, Katazut Singapong. Helmi Asman, quite right. Be interesting to find out what happened with Helmi, whether or not he just got his tyre selection, his setup selection wrong.
Yep, a good call, Des. That was most definitely the best ride of the season for McKinley Carl Paz. Kept himself right in the mix.
Kengo Nagao finishing in 9th. A little battle between him and Wayan Nugroho. Kengo getting the better there for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Shah Juntong, again, brave effort from Juntong. He will pick up points for Victor Racing, 27 seconds down. Reza Danica, he was the only casualty. Engine problems for the Astra Honda Racing champion. 1 year at a different category. And a big learning curve the next year. That's what motor racing is all about.
Yeah, and just while we pause for a moment on Shah Juntong, he was 41 seconds off the winner yesterday. Today he was 27.3 seconds off.
Teams have made their way back into the Parc Fermé, or they're making their way back into the Parc Fermé. Very quickly there was Adananta. Bike number 50, Kengo Nagao, comes in and just wants to have his photo taken with a couple of people. Azroy Hakim Anwar. Here we go. Watch that flag. You can take somebody's eye out with that flag. But beautiful win. Nicely done. And 3rd win of the season.
Yeah, nicely done, Azroy. Good comeback after yesterday. It's frustrating to watch him yesterday. We knew that it wasn't all right with him.
Again, those 2 did not finishers in Buriram. In a 12-race season, you can afford 1 mistake, not 2. Not that he's thinking about that now. He's thinking, how do I protect my back and how do I avoid getting wet?
A proper congratulatory battering that he's getting there.
That's why they need helmets. Okay, let's have a look at how Azroy Hakim Anwar won his 3rd race of the season. Good start off the line from Azroy Hakim. He's alongside Helmi Asman there. Apiwat Wongtanan are also off to a good start. Kyatasuk, bike 85, getting off to a flyer, but it was Apiwat Wongtanan, the championship leader, who went into the first corner in first. And Apiwat, we thought, Barry Russell, at this time, that Apiwat was going to be able to dominate the race. It would not turn out that way.
That was certainly his plan. You could see in the early stages, even when he lost the lead, as he did briefly then to Adananta, he fought back every time. Looked as though he was determined to stamp his authority on this field and therefore on this championship.
But then Azroy Hakim Anwar, what are we, lap number 3, as Helmi Asman goes wide. That would be a mistake from which he would never really recover. Went from P3 to P5 and then went backwards from there. Good little duel ongoing between Adananta Putra, Astra Honda Racing, and the homeboy, Azroy Hakim Anwar. And also McKinley Carl Paz, 23. Really big shout out for the work of McKinley Carl Paz today.
Yeah, he really looked like he was going to land on the podium. In the end, it was the cheeky Vader Ega Pratama who took that away from him. And here you can see Adananta Putra pushing and pushing. He really wanted this win. He knew Apiwat Wongtanan was several places behind him, and this was a big chance to close the gap in the fight for the championship. Azroy didn't care about that.
Azroy leading the way. At this stage, these three we knew would be the three who would finish on the podium. Oh, was strongly favoured too. We just weren't sure which order it was going to be. Azroy Hakim ahead of Adananta. Adananta really needed the win more, I think, than Azroy Hakim if he has realistic championship ambitions coming into the final corner though. And that's good racecraft, good knowledge, closes the door and has a good drive out of the corner. Adananta never close enough to the back wheel to get a pull. And there's thumbs up, there's admiration between the two of them. Well done, Azroy Hakim Anwar. Put yourself back in towards championship contention, and the flag is raised high for your race winner, Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Now we will start the podium ceremony for the Super Sports 600.
Nice shot of the flag, and we await the top three to come onto the podium, which is just alongside our commentary position here, so we can see the little jigs of delight as they make their way out. There he is.
In second place,
Veda Eger.
Astra Honda Racing Team, Muhammad
That's a very, very mature race from one so young.
It was, and showed absolutely no due respect to the people around him.
Honda Racing Team, Azroy
Adananta Putra, a 2-3 for Astra Honda. But your race winner, the newly crowned Prince of Sepang. Well, we have both princes win one race apiece.
Yeah, I don't think he can be a Sultan. I think he's just too young and good looking, really does.
Idemitsu FIM Honda will get the team award after the national anthem of Malaysia, Negaraku. Well done, really good performance, Azroy Hakim Anwar. Our thanks to Mr. Yasuhide Hirai, the Managing Director of Idemitsu Shad Bahad, based in Malaysia. Hands out the prizes to Veda Eger Pratama of Astra Honda Racing and his teammate Adananta Putra.
And your race winner from Malaysia,
based in Malaysia, still waving the Malaysian flag. I think he might go to bed with that tonight. Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Team award, we would like to invite Mr. Stefan Maki Karapia, FIM Asia President.
Presenter to Idemitsu FIM Honda, Stefan Maki Karapie, the FIM Asia President.
Idemitsu FIM Honda Racing
Hands it out to
Team.
FIM Honda. He knows where the camera is. Cardinals Racing. Take a heed of that. Find out where the camera is. Look straight down the camera lens.
Thoroughly professional.
With our race winners. Ladies and gentlemen,
Girls at the glamour.
round of applause once again for the Super Sports 600
Boys on the back of the podium.
race winners.
Enjoy the rewards. Our thanks to Idemitsu, who are the name sponsors of the Asian Road Racing Championships, and to all the other sponsors who really helped make this ARRC a very, very competitive championship. And this Super Sport 600 will be going to certainly the final round of the season, if not the final race. There's only 19 points separating Apiwat Wangtanan and Adananta Putra. And if Apiwat is put under the same pressure, that could be whittled down in race number 1 in Buriram in December. But Apiwat leads the way. Not even 19 points, it's 14 points. 14 points, 155 to 141. 122 points for Azroy Hakim Anwar, Helmi Azmi, 113, 99 for Kiatasuk, 89 for Veda Ega, 77 for Reza Danica, who crashed out today for Astra Honda Racing. Kengo Nagao, now part of the Yamaha Racing Indonesia team, is on 73 points, but this is nicely poised, only 14 points. That's a nice lead to have, but a vulnerable one.
Yeah, it is. It's extended from when he joined this weekend, when it was down to 6 points, if I remember rightly. But he would have expected to extend it more than that this weekend. So, slender lead to go into his home round.
Okay, I think we can get some post-race reaction, and Daniel Bogas, as usual, is on the podium to get the words of wisdom from the race winner.
Veda, you've returned to ARC in fantastic form, and in race 2, it was a fantastic ride for you, a battle, a huge group, and you managed the podium. How was it out there?
Well, in race 2, I was very confident, and yeah, in the race was fighting almost every lap, fighting with another rider, but yeah, race is race. Fighting is normal in the race. Yeah, thank you for all my team, Master Honda Racing team, all my family, and all sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Veda. Big congratulations to you. And in second place, it's none other than Veda's teammate, Adinanta Putra. Adinanta, last race in race 1 was not too fortunate for you, but in race 2, it's a comeback onto the podium. How was it for you?
Yes, yeah. First, I want to say to Alhamdulillah to Allah, and then my family, who always support, and then my friend, also all the Astra Honda Racing team staff. Yeah, yesterday we had a bad day in race 1 because when we must fight for podium for manage the point for the championship, yesterday something happened. I crashed in the race 1. Yeah, but today we can back on the podium after the bad day yesterday. Actually, in the morning, also from race yesterday, we had a small change, adjust to in the bike. Yeah, but today was positive, and then we give more in Thailand for fighting for the championship. Thank you.
Definitely, we can't wait to see it, Adinanta. Big congratulations to you. And race winner for Supersport 600 Race 2, hometown hero, the Prince of Sepang, Azroy Hakim Anwar. Azroy, yesterday's race was a bit difficult for you, but today's was a fantastic ride in the battle. How was it?
Syukur, Alhamdulillah. First, I want to say big thanks to my team after we struggled a lot on the yesterday. And today we still have the struggle, but my target is to be in the front no matter what happened. So I fought very hard every lap in the first position, and when coming into the last lap, I know Adinanta very strong, so I need to pass him very quick. So in the last moment, in the last corner, I know that I can be in the front, so Alhamdulillah, finish this week in the good way. So we will be strong than this week for Buriram.
Thank you so much, Azroy. Big congratulations to you.
Indeed, big congratulations for Azroy Hakim Anwar, the Prince of Sepang, taking the victory. Gives him an outside chance of a championship when we go to Buriram on the 7th and 8th of December. We're getting ready now for the superbikes. You can see the big bikes are out on the grid. The fans are here for this one. They're here in numbers at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. Do join us for the final race of this weekend at Sepang. We'll be coming back with you from the Asian Road Racing Championships in just a couple of minutes' time.
Idemitsu IRG5. start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
The warmest of welcomes to the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. That's the spectacular view of this grand old circuit as the big boys, the superbikes, get ready to entertain a healthy crowd who've made their way here to this Asian Road Racing Championships, round 5 of 6 of the season. We head to Buriram in early December, but we've got one more race to entertain you here from Sepang. That's the Superbikes, the 1000 cc's, where there's an awful lot of local interest involved, not least Hafiz Shafin Abdullah. Here's the highlights from race number 1, bike number 55, Hafiz Sharin for the JDT Racing Team. Got up to a flying start, bike 55. He'd done well in qualification, it was fastest in qualification, but Barry Russell, Yuki Kuni had very, very different ideas.
Yeah, it didn't take Yuki Kuni long to assert himself at the front. Hafiz name-checked him as a threat for the win because of his speed and his consistency. His pace was phenomenal. And then Aslan Shah, the great showman himself, moved his way through into P2 and would hold it.
Yeah, on this day that was made for Malaysia, all the attention was on Hafiz. He's made a championship charge late on, but here's a guy, Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, on possibly his last appearance in the ARRC for the TKR BMW Racing Team. He did well. Not looking so good though was Kazma Daniel, who's had a difficult time on the Yamaha. He was in a shootout with his teammate Soichiro Minamoto.
Yeah, we expected more from Kazma after a brilliant performance in qualifying, in free practice on Friday. But it wasn't to come. Those two Yamahas remained a long way out of contention.
It looked so good in qualification. Hafiz was actually just pushed down to P4, then P5. He was in a real battle with Andy Farid Izdihar. Andy Farid is the championship leader. And there they were going toe-to-toe on the final lap. Hafiz gets his nose in front, but then Andy Gilan comes around, gets the lead as Yuki Kuni sprints away to take a marvellous victory, his second of the season for Yuki Kuni. That's comfortable. A brilliant performance from Aslan Shah in P2. Chip Nakarin in 3, and then the championship leader, Andy Farid, slightly increases in lead to 8 points over the local hero, Hafiz Shahin Abdullah. So a terrific performance from Yuki Kuni, and I think we can expect the same on Sunday.
Yeah.
Brilliant from Yuki.
Yeah, different conditions today, but I don't think that will change his consistency. just look at the task on there, that magnificent Sepang International Circuit. 10 right turns, 5 left turns, 5.5 kilometers, and we're going down to Daniel, who is on the grid.
So we're down here on the ASB 1000 grid, the final race for this race weekend at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. And the weather, once again, completely different from yesterday, and the crowd is looking fantastic. On top of that, we have very popular comedian, actor, and personality in the Malaysian entertainment scene, Zizan Raza, also a racer. So Zizan, we understand this is your first time here down in the grid with the ASB's, the Asia Road Racing Championship. How has it been so far?
I speak Malay, alright, Ken? Alright, okay. Memang first time dekat grid, tapi every time saya akan tonton dekat TV. Memang every time Sport TV sebab saya support rider-rider kita, rider Malaysia, especially rider Asia. So tanpa ARC kita tak akan ada rider-rider yang bakal naik, yang akan mengharumkan nama-nama negara. Thank you so much for ARC. Dan by the way, saya sangat, kalau nak cerita pasal ni memang unpredictable, memang luar biasa. Weather boleh mengubah segala-galanya untuk race line, tyre, suspension dan juga stamina as a rider lah. So kita doakan terbaik untuk rider kita dan saya berbesar hati, harapan saya besar nak lagu negaraku berkumandang di sini hari ini. Yep.
Thank you so much, Zizan. We hope you enjoy your time here.
Yeah.
And now we're going to move on to the riders who will be appearing on the grid. And a quick one, Sho Nishimura is back in P3. So Sho Nishimura will be starting from front row of the grid. But we're going to go to his fellow compatriot, Yuki Kuni. So Yuki, yesterday was a fantastic result. Your consistency was unmatched. Today's a different day, different conditions. What can we expect from Yuki Kuni?
Yeah, this morning, which is the rain condition, and I was like a little bit, the pace was not I get good feeling on the wet, but in the end, for the race too, finally we have the dry, so my plan is like same like yesterday. Just I will try to consistent like my pace, and I try to focus for the myself, and let's see what's going on this race too.
Thank you so much, Yuki. We look forward to it. And now we're going to head down to row 2 to another podium finisher, Nakarin Atirapurwapat. So, Nakarin, yesterday was a fantastic show of aggressive riding from you. Well, now it's race 2, a different day, a new day. How do you feel about this one?
Yeah, this race I need to keep calm more than yesterday. I pushed too much in the beginning, I know. But this race, important to take a big point for the championship. My target to win the race. I think the condition not so hot. Yeah, will be good for the tire clip. I see Super Sport 600. They make a big group. I think it will be similar. I will fight.
Podium. Positive podium.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he can make it. Positive podium. Okay.
Wonderful words from Nakarin and boss of Honda Thailand and Mr. Alex. Thank you so much, and we're hoping for a big group battle. Good luck to you, Nakarin. And last but not least, we're going to head to a home hero, someone who also finished on the podium yesterday, a fantastic P2. It is Azlan Shah Kamarazaman, the top BMW yesterday. So, Azlan, yesterday was a beautiful second place for you. Today, different conditions, but a really good home crowd. How are you feeling about this one?
I feel nervous. Of course, today is going to be more tough, more fighting for sure. I just hope I make a good start and keep up with the top group.
Thank you so much, Aslan. Good luck for this one. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thank you, Daniel. Great work down on the grid over the last couple of days. Well done. The crowd have enjoyed it. They are getting the interviews piped into them as well. It's been a good show at Sepang, and the racing has been very, very good as well. Many of these fans, though, the red and blue, they're here to support Hafiz Sharin. Hafiz did not perform to expectations yesterday, Barry Russell.
No, he didn't. He appeared to have some grip problems at different stages in the race, and it just wasn't to be. He slipped back, couldn't stay with the others despite his amazing qualifying performance, and ended up in P5.
But he's still second in the championship standings. He starts from pole position, his second pole position of the season. He's had 3 front row starts, so he is still a genuine contender. And looking confident, maybe the cooler conditions will help him. You've got tyre information as well from Dunlop.
Yeah, tyre information not so different from yesterday, with almost everybody running medium front, medium rear. There's one exception, and that is the championship leader, Andy Farid Izdihar, who's running a medium front and a soft rear. So he's thinking about these cooler conditions. Will that give him an advantage? We know he's very good at managing his tyres. We often see, as we did yesterday, him coming strong later in the race. But P4 is not up to his usual standard from yesterday.
There is Andy Farid Izdihar. Interesting. He's not normally a gambler, is he?
No, this will be carefully calculated. But his teammates, Nakarin and Zakwan, are on mediums.
Right, yesterday I think everyone was expecting a lot more from Kazma Daniel because he'd been very explosive during qualification. Then he crashed late on in qualification. I feel that impacted his bike and it wasn't quite there. So maybe Kazma will be back on board today. He'd still had a good battle with his teammate Soichiro Minamoto, who won last time out in Mandalika.
But we expect to see him at the front.
Aslan Shah Kamruzaman there. That was the performance of the weekend. Well, the home performance of the weekend so far.
Yeah, Zakwan looked stronger in warm-up. He didn't have a good race yesterday. So he's looking for something much, much better today as well.
There's the car park. People have made their way, one or two scrambling to get into the grandstands in time for this last race of the Asian Road Racing Championship, round 5, and all before we head off to Buriram for the finale of the season. It's been another hugely competitive season. Some good old veterans, some riders in the peak of their career, a lot of exciting youngsters. It's all very, very thrilling.
Yeah, and this championship for the big bikes, so finely poised. It's really thrilling stuff. It's going to be a fantastic showdown in early December in Buriram.
Just to build on your point, Andy Farid, 129 points. Hafiz Sharin, JDT on the Ducati, 121 points, 8 points clear. Just 4 points down on him. Yuki Kuni, 117. And Chip Nakarim, even he's not too far away on 108. And even Aslan Shah Kamruzaman on 102 points, only 27 points behind. There's 75 points up for grabs.
Yeah, and we're about to see where 25 of them are going to go.
Formation lap. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, despite P5 yesterday for JDT Racing, is on pole, and that is an advantage. Yuki Kuni for SDG Team Harkpro, yesterday's race winner in P2. Sho Nishimura from TKKR BMW Racing Team is in P3.
And Nakarin Atirapuvapat starts from P4, leading row 2. Next to him, Andy Farid Izdihar, P4 yesterday. And Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin starts 6th.
Well, what Kazma are we going to see today? Soichiro Minamoto for Yamaha Techni in P7, alongside Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, who made a great start yesterday. Got off the line very quickly. He's in 8, look out for him. And Zakwan Zaidi, another of the local heroes, a former Supersport 600 champion on the Honda Asia Dream, racing with the Stamo Honda.
And row 4, it's a very warm welcome back to Ibrahim Noureddin, who's on the FGRT Project Ducati Panigale. Next to him, Kosuke Sakamoto, fill-in rider for Pasawit Titiwararak. And outside of him, Chiou Zhou for Savitar ESG Team Asia. He's on a BMW.
And Osama Murray for Victor Racing Team, representing Yemen, but based himself here in Malaysia. So this is his home circuit. Again, this is a circuit that he knows very well. And for the likes of him and Chiou Zhou, it's a case of incremental improvement.
And not starting today is Chang Chi Ying, the rider for A-Racer Speed Tech, which is a bit of a project bike, but he had a pretty heavy fall yesterday. I don't think it was anything serious, but he is not starting today.
13 on the grid, 5.5 kilometers. Again, the championship race, there are 5 genuine contenders. And if Yuki Kuni shows an inkling of the form that he did yesterday, he could find himself at the very top of the pile by the end of today. That's the SDG Harkpro team, and yep, fingers crossed from his team management.
That's it, Mr. Suzuki. His heart is really in this, and he's really backed this rider, Yuki Kuni, to the hilt.
Yuki Kuni didn't get off to the best start yesterday. Hafiz was flying past him. There's the JDT management team. Thumbs up. Do they mean it? Or is that for the cameras?
I think it's a bit of a tense moment to wear a big smile. But here comes their rider, number 55, moving on to his pole position.
This Ducati theoretically should be made for this circuit, the power that it's got for behind it. Oh, there's a bit of tension out there, you can feel it. Everyone's looked on the monitors. 12 laps of this 5.5 kilometer circuit. It's race 10 of the season, and we are underway, and it's a strong start from both 1 and 2. Kuni gets away, but even better getting away is Hafiz, bike number 55. Chip Nakarin also gets away to a flyer, and the tie goes through. Oh, he's cut off. Can he pick up P2? The answer is no. It's Kuni behind Hafiz Sharin.
That was very nicely judged round that turn by Yuki Kuni. You'd have thought he might have given way just to avoid risk, but it's Nakarin and Tirapuvapat in P3, and he's got Andy Farid Izdihar, the championship leader, behind him. And in fact, those three Honda Asia Dream Racing CBRs running together.
Where did Sho Nishimura didn't get off to the best start on the BMW. All eyes though will be on Hafiz Sharin. Let's see if he's got the setup right this time. As he hunkers down, it's a good strong lead. But Yuki Kuni is there, immediately putting pressure on him. And you're quite right, Yuki Kuni was name-checked by Hafiz. Hafiz will be very aware of the brilliance of the SDG Hawk Pro Racer.
Yeah, and behind him, Nakarin, Tirapuvapat, brilliant third place yesterday. And he told Daniel, interestingly, I thought, on the grid, that he needed to control himself. We often hear this from the Thai rider. Never hear him blaming anybody else when something goes wrong, but he did brilliantly yesterday, and he's right on the pace today.
Those three have got themselves a good second lead ahead of the second group. It's a fast first lap. He's gone wide, Hafiz, and Yuki Kuni is able to maybe get the switch back. And then the acceleration down the penultimate straight. Well, two very different lines down that wide right-hander. And on the power there was Hafiz Sharin, able to hold off Yuki Kuni. And Yuki goes wide, Chip Nakarin goes on the inside, and Yuki completely misjudges that. And at the end of a pulsating first lap, a quick first lap, it is the JDT racer on the Ducati, Hafiz Sharin, who has the lead.
I'm not sure whether that might have been a plan for Yuki Kuni, because he went wide, but he did get good drive out of that turn.
Great work from Zakwan Zaidi. He's got himself up from P9 into P4, ahead of Andy Farid and Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. The difference between 3 and 4, though, over a second in that first lap.
Yeah, and Yuki Kuni has lost out to Nakarin, so that error has cost him a place.
Oh, you reckon he was looking for a drive out of the corner?
No, I think it was an error, really. I was just trying to be nice.
It's the tie. You've got this bias towards the tie. But there is Yuki Kuni, goes around the outside and retains P2. Lovely movement. Beautifully caught by the drone. Nice work.
Yeah, brilliant shot there.
But it's Hafiz Sharin. There's a quiet determination about Hafiz. He reckons he's got to get it right. He wants to go into the final round, certainly with a chance of the championship. Debut season for JDT. They put a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money into being competitive, and competitive they are.
Yeah, just a little bit out of shape on the exit. We saw some grip problems on the exit yesterday from the Ducati. Let's see if he can keep it all together today.
Andy Farid on the soft compound. The only one who took the soft compound option on the back wheel. He's in P5 at the moment.
Yeah, so live championship looks tight, doesn't it, Des?
Very tight. Hafiz leads Yuki Kuni. Chip Nakarin is there as well. Ducati, Honda. Zakwan on the Honda. Andy Farid, teammate on the Honda, 4 and 5. Aslan Shah on possibly his last appearance in the ARRC after a wonderful career, fabulous career, former Superbikes champion. He'll be looking the big number 25 to see if he can go a little bit better, a little bit of litter on the surface. There is Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. Got himself into 4th position, actually. There's some real power on that BMW.
Yeah, he's been moving through well, Aslan. We saw him come earlier into P2 yesterday, but this is, if anything, an equally strong performance. Let's see what he can do about the 3 riders in front of him. And let's see what Yuki Kuni can do about Hafiz Shirin.
Yuki Kuni, is that the lead? It's close, very, very tight. Hafiz looks like he's riding on the limits. Yuki Kuni looks a lot tighter. That Ducati is a bit heavier. It's more of a struggle to whip it around. Yuki Kuni again looks on the inside, and this time Yuki Kuni has got the lead with a switchback from Hafiz. Ooh, I've got a feeling this is going to be a battle royale.
And I tell you what, Nakarin is right onto these two as well. Whereas even by this stage of the race yesterday, he did look like he was worth 3rd place, but this time he's absolutely in contact with them.
And he's hoping to not get too excited. He's loving the view in front of him.
I wonder where the excitement level is now.
I'd love to get the heartbeat monitors to see where the guys are. To be fair, they're probably very, very low. Cool, calm, calculating customers. Yuki Kuni, 92, looks on the inside once again. This is where the grunt of the Ducati might just have an advantage. Yes, he's been able to pull away there from Yuki Kuni, and that might be significant, Barry Russell. Yuki was so quick yesterday. Can't pull away from him, but can't be caught on the Ducati.
Yeah, top speed is with, actually it's with Nakarin. He's the quickest through the speed trap.
295, approaching 300 kilometers an hour, and it feels like it as they thunder past our commentary position on the start-finish line. Hafiz has been leading since the first corner, but he's had on his back wheel Yuki Kuni there at every moment, and Chip Nakarin chipping away in P3, happily enjoying the spectacle ahead of him.
Aslan, 1.8 seconds off Nakarin, and he's got championship leader for now anyway, Andy Farid behind him, and then it's Zakwan Zaidi.
Soft compound of Andy Farid, it's got to come into play at some stage. It's got to be an advantage. Once the grip is sorted, then you've got to manage that rear tyre. These are the front 3.
Time management is a bit of a speciality for Andy Farid, so that tyre choice is interesting.
Once again, Yuki goes through into P1, and that time is able to make it stick. Hafiz drops down into P2.
Now this is going to be fascinating. Can Yuki hold it? Can Hafiz fight back?
There's a 4-point differential in the championship standings between Hafiz in P2 and Yuki Kuni in P1. So Yuki would, if it remains like this, but heck, we're only a quarter of the way through the race, but if it remains with Yuki 1 and Hafiz 2, Yuki would have the slightest of leads in the championship standings.
Yeah, last time around, Yuki Kuni was a shade quicker than the other two that he's battling with.
Chip Nakarin. Now then, Yuki Kuni, is he pulling away there from Hafiz? Was Hafiz holding him up a little bit? Chip Nakarin looking to get there as they come round turn 15, the hairpin. What kind of a drive can they get out onto the home straight? As they come flying through, it's Kuni from Hafiz, from Nakarin. Aslan Shah beginning to be under increasing pressure from Andy Farid.
Yeah, it's 3/10 between Yuki Kuni and Hafiz. That's after not a whole lap of Yuki being in front. So what can the Malaysian superstar do about this? Can Nakarin Aturapupapat make a nuisance of himself?
Yuki Kuni looks so smooth on that bike though. Right leg goes out and then just makes himself as small as he can. Hafiz always looks like he's working just a little bit harder, and he's having to at the moment, because your pal Chip Nakarin is right on his back wheel.
Yeah, provided Chip didn't get overexcited and overextend his tyres earlier on, then this is going to be a really interesting race. Closer than yesterday.
This is the battle for 4. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman on the BMW. A wonderful P2 yesterday for Aslan. And there is a gap opening now. Yuki Kuni looks like he's got his setup right, and Nakarin comes on the inside of Hafiz, and Chip Nakarin going round turn 9 up the hill. He moves into P2. And Hafiz is working every sinew he possibly can. Just can't get the bike to respond. Those Hondas, maybe they've got more on the technical parts of this circuit.
Yeah, they lack a bit of corner exit, a bit of jump out of the corners. Mr. Suzuki looks on, familiar smile. He knows where the camera is too.
Absolutely. Yuki Kuni isn't focused on anything other than this corner. Left legs go out for Nakarin. And Hafiz, still plenty to go. Behind them, Aslan Shah. It's 2 seconds difference between 1, 2 and 3 who've gone through. Aslan Shah still in 4, ahead of Andy Farid Izdaha. Also, Zakwan Zaidi isn't out of the picture for P4 either.
Yeah, and as Daniel has just pointed out, since Yuki Kuni got into the lead, he's set the fastest lap, and he's really nailing it now.
Fastest sector 3, best time, it's 3/10 faster than anybody else, 8/10 faster than Hafiz Sharin.
And on that last lap, he pulled out another 6/10.
Only Aslan Shah is in the 206s. There is Aslan, and Aslan's under pressure from Andy Farid Izdaha, and Gilang, as his fans like to call him, the championship leader, who at the moment, this is an 11-point ride.
Yeah, he really wants this. Just saw him having a look up the inside of Aslan's BMW. Didn't do him any good. That is one wide BMW of the Malaysian veteran. But he's going to have another nibble now. These two Yamahas again running together, out of contention for the podium and the big points.
Lapping 208s, low 208s, but Kazma Daniel this time winning the battle of the very promising athletes. Soichiro Minamoto has got one race win to his name. Kazma has worked so hard to try and make this Yamaha work for him, but it's not really happened for him. But here, at least you win your own little personal battles. That's objective number 1. And then you try to get yourself in contention for podium places. Yuki Kuni, his lead was nearly a second. It was 0.9 of a second at the end of the previous lap. Let's see what he's done here. Chip Nakarin is fast, you see. And the lead has, this time, it is increased. Yeah. Yuki Kuni is going quicker and quicker and quicker.
Yeah, the lap times here, Des, and thanks to Daniel here. Lap 4, 6.2, 2 minutes 6.7. Lap 5, 2 minutes 6.2, and lap 6, 2 minutes 6.3.
That's the consistency, the metronomic consistency that you've been talking about Yuki Kuni. That's what he brings to the table. He's in a great run of form. He's won 2 out of the last 4 Superbike races. He won in Japan. He had a second in Mandalika before struggling a little bit for a P8, and he won race 1 here. So after an iffy start to the season, the SDG Hard Pro player, rider is really, really coming good. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman under pressure from Andy Farid. Andy Farid needs to win this personal battle. If he can't get a podium, he wants to be as high up the standing as he possibly can be.
Yeah, he had to settle for a P4 yesterday. He had a real dip inside Aslan Shah just now, Aslan, wily fox that he is, put him in his place. But it does feel like a matter of time, with just over 5 laps remaining, that Andy Farid is going to take that 4th place away from Aslan.
Zakwanzadi is holding on gamely. He's probably 7/10 down on them as 1, 2 and 3 go through. This is 4 and 5. Andy Gilang just tries to take a tighter line around this corner. Then they come into the long straight. Yuki Kuni, the lead was 1 second at the end of the previous lap. He's increasing it by about 1/10 each lap.
There you
was
go. Once again, Andy Farid shows a wheel to Aslan Shah. Aslan Shah, not impressed, reasserts himself in that P4.
Chip Nakarin took 1/10 off him that time. Live championship points, if it stands as it is now, Yuki Kuni would be the new championship leader. 2 points clear of Andy Farid, 5 points clear of Hafiz Sharim, and still in the reckoning you've got Chip Nakarim. Aslan Shah wouldn't be a million miles away, but 4 genuine contenders going into the final 2 races of the season, if it finishes as it is at the moment. But it's going to change, because Andy Farid has got himself into P4 ahead of Aslan Shah, and Andy Farid, that is just a little bit of protection.
Yeah, last time he did that, Aslan took the place back in exactly that same spot. This time, Aslan wasn't able to respond.
Andy Gilang. This time, Aslan's under a bit of pressure from Zakwan Zaidi, who's riding gamely in P6. Big gap between 3 and 4. That gap is nearly 5 seconds. That's how impressive the front 3 have been, how impressive Yuki Kuni has been especially. As we go through, 23 is Andy Gilang, 25 Aslan Shah Kamruzaman on the BMW for TKKR Racing. This his last appearance at his home circuit. A fabulous servant, a fabulous representative of Malaysian motorsports over the years, and will continue to be in a training and coaching capacity, I have no doubt. How he'd love to go out with a real sparkle. P2 yesterday was impressive. Hafiz Sharin, a long-time rival of Aslan Shah. He's in P3 at the moment.
Yep, not losing any ground.
No.
So he's still there. A little slip from Nakarin would be enough to let the Malaysian through. But it's Japan, Thailand, Malaysia, and just stretched out another 2/10 of a lead that time around.
That move from 5th to 4th means that we would have a tied championship going into the final 2 races, with Hafiz just 5 points adrift. This is great. This is the Superbikes. This is one of the benefits of a shortish season, of a 12-race season. Nobody can really pull away unless they are far and away better than everybody else, but this has been a nice tight championship. A wobble from Aslan Shah.
Yeah, Aslan hasn't given up on that P4 either. And behind Aslan, you've got Zakwan. Zakwan might have in his mind that if he can't fight for the big points at the front, he might want to help his teammate, Andy Farid, by getting in front of his fellow Malaysian, Aslan.
Just to give a mention of others, we focused a little bit on Kazma Daniel and Soichiro Minamoto in 7th and 8th. Sho Nishimura started in P3, he's down in P9. Ibrahim Noradin, guesting here at Sepang, is down in P10. Osama Murray has got the better of Kosuke Tsukamoto, and Choyu Joe is down in P13. All of them are putting in reasonable lap times. They're all inside, well, Choyu Joe's at 2:13, everyone else 2:10s, 2:11s. But at the front, Yuki Kuni, mid-2.6s metronomically, lap after lap.
Absolutely brilliant stuff, as we saw yesterday, and in these much cooler conditions. Perhaps the gap there between Nakarin and Hafiz stretching a little bit.
Yeah, between them it was. Yuki Kuni first position. Fastest lap at 2:06.2. but all of his laps are around about the 206.4, 206.5. So it's not just one lap, it's not one burst of acceleration. Hafiz Sharin has just put in a 301 kilometre straight on the time part of the circuit. So he, quite rightly you're saying, he hasn't lost out to Chip Nakarim.
No, he hasn't. He's hanging in there, and Aslan Shah is hanging in behind the championship leader, Andy Farid Izdihar.
Yuki Kuni, the lead is up to 1.2 seconds. He's taken a 10th off Chip Nakarim. Still Hafiz tries to work hard behind them. Again, you called it right. The BMW isn't a million miles away in P4, and there come the two Yamahas where Kazma is holding off Soichiro Minamoto, his Yamaha Techni teammate.
Yeah, Sho Nishimura behind them, we can see. Didn't get a sight there of Ibrahim Noureddin on the FGRT Ducati.
Sho Nishimura had a tough time this weekend. Started on P3, he's gone backwards, but what's he lapping at? He's hitting 207s, which is thoroughly respectable, but isn't going to win you the race here, because 206.5 the last lap. Now that does look like it is in increasing that lead between Chip Nakarim and Hafiz Sharin.
Yeah, and that consistency again, it's just not letting up with Yuki Kuni. 1 or 2 tenths of a second every lap. And we keep going on about it, but it's remarkable. It's absolutely remarkable.
Chip Nakarim doing his best. 1.2 was the gap. Andy Farid is going to have to worry about the soft compound tyre on his rear tyre in a short while, because degradation will become an issue, even though it's cooler.
Yeah, he's famously good at managing his tyres, but that was an interesting decision. Yeah.
Aslan closing in on him.
Yeah.
This is P4. Andy Farid took the gamble, or took the calculated risk, let's call it that, of a soft compound rear tyre.
Yeah, it was the mediums, the recommended tyres by Dunlop. And he would have had a good reason for electing to, I was going to say break the mould. That's too much of a pun when we're talking about tyres.
Crowd opposite the main grandstand, their eyes are peeled on the big screens that are part of the setup here at Sepang. Ooh, he had a little look down the inside, then tries to go around the outside. The BMW really is part of the equation. Wants to get a P4, does Aslan Shah.
Yeah, it was P2 yesterday, a brilliant P2 for Aslan. And he has got this P4 back now from the championship leader, Andy Farid Izdihar, who has lost his live championship lead once again to Yuki Kuni.
It's going to be fascinating going into Buriram. The calculations from the teams, and then the riders have to keep their wits about them. Just finish as high up the standings as you can. Last season's ASB 1000 was a bit of a walkover for Marcus Reiterberger. This season, absolutely not a walkover for anybody. Genuinely, we have 4 contenders for the title with 2 races to go.
Yeah, this is the 9th race of the season, and in ASB 1000, we've had 6 different winners. Only Yuki Kuni and Andy Farid have won more than 1 race.
Indeed, indeed. And Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, a little wobble that allows Andy Gilang a chance just to close up to within a 10th of a second or so as they come through in P4. But there's the power of the BMW. Great drive out and slams through the line. We are on the final lap. Yuki Kuni continues his remarkable run of times.
Just before we get to the crunch, what we can see, the difference in conditions today is that in these cooler temperatures, Yuki's times are not dropping off. We just saw them tick down a 10th of a second a lap after half distance yesterday. We're not seeing that today.
Yuki Kuni in P1. This is the battle for P4. And Andy Farid, well, he will want to get the 13 points for P4 rather than the 11 for P5. Could make the difference between the championship lead. Behind them, Hafiz Sharim will have to be content with a podium, a P3. Unless Yuki blows up, the smile is already there from the SDG Hark Pro team. He's counting those chickens. Behind them, Chip Nakarim. 20 points for him. He comes into championship reckoning.
Yeah, given the form of Yuki Kuni this weekend, this is a brilliant ride by Nakarin Atirapuvapat. Almost matched the pace of the Japanese rider.
Hafiz, frustrating P5 yesterday. It's a competent P3 today. Unless something really sensational happens, but he's not close enough to attack Chip Nakarim. Very good from Chip Nakarim. Outstanding from bike number 92, Yuki Kuni. SDG Hark Pro. Their guys are already on the pit wall. They're looking to celebrate. It's a double at Sepang for Yuki Kuni, for SDG Hark Pro, and the new championship leader. Second is Chip Nakarin. Hafiz Sharin on the Ducati for JDT Racing is in P3. Aslan Shah, a wheelie, just gets there. Nearly lost it. Nearly lost it.
I'm not sure, Des. I'm not sure whether he got it. I think Andy. I don't know. I've been wrong more than once this weekend about those tight finishes. As Makoto Tabata looks on, it'd be interesting to know what he thinks.
Yuki Kuni takes the victory. All of the guys, they're full of admiration for each other. That's a very good sporting gesture as Yuki Kuni takes on the win double. Hark Pro have a new championship leader. I don't think Andy Farid got through in 4. I don't. But my word, it was a gamble from Aslan Shah. It was Aslan Shah, the showman, just picking up P4.
Yeah. Well, I hope he did really, because that was his swan song for ARRC, we do believe. And this means a whole lot to the 20-year-old Japanese Yuki Kuni for SDG Hark Pro. Fantastic team, not only here, but in Japan, of course. Great record as well in endurance racing.
That was a controlled wheelie that we saw from Yuki Kuni.
Everything is controlled with Yuki Kuni.
Aslan Shah has been given 4th place, but it's by 0.04 of a second. Dakwan, a battling P6 for him.
But with this double this weekend, Yuki Kuni has put himself absolutely in title contention.
Plus 3 wins in 5, he's the form man. Tell you what, Ducati and JDT are going to have to be working overtime over the long gap. It's 11 weeks now that we have to wait before we can find out who are going to be the champions. Let's have a look once again.
Yeah, I want to have another look at this because I absolutely got it wrong. So here we go. Up comes the front wheel of Aslan Shah.
Twice?
Yeah, boing, boing.
Does he hold on? Yes, he holds on.
Yeah, yeah.
Test those eyes, Barry Russell.
Yeah.
Well done. Yes, you deserve the crowd's adulation. So do you, young fella. Yuki Kuni.
Yeah, riders, of course, at opposite ends of their careers. But Aslan Shah, what a, well, you call him a servant to the sport earlier on, Des. Fantastic.
Yuki Kuni takes this 12-lap race in fine style. 2.8 seconds clear of Chip Nakarim in P3. Nearly 4 seconds down, Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. I think that's probably as good as the JDT Racing team could expect from today. Aslan Shah Kamrazam, a spectacular P4 ahead of the former championship leader Andy Farid Izdihar. for Honda Asia Dream Racing with the Stamo. A gutsy P6 from Zakwan Zaidi, who's always great value for money, 13.5 seconds down. Kazma Daniel wins his own little battle by 0.4 of a second against teammate Soichiro Minamoto from Yamaha Techni Racing Team. E9 Sho Nishimura for TKKR BMW Racing, 23 seconds down. Great to see Ibrahim Noruddin for FGRT Project. He was never expected to really compete, but on the Ducati, it's a good learning process for him and for Ducati. Good for them to have laps around Sepang. Kosuke Sakamoto ahead of Osama Marai and Chio Yujio.
Yeah, time for some well-deserved hugs and selfies. Look at the joy on the face of the team principal there, Mr. Suzuki. Just wonderful to see. And just a metre or two away, celebrations are with the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo team. That was a remarkable performance from Nakarin. And we're still waiting for Hafiz to come in. There's probably some fans waylaid him around the circuit.
There he comes. The Johor flag waving behind. Genuine contender though in season number 1. We hope they are still around in season number 2. I'm sure they will be.
Yeah, they brought colour and glamour and speed. It's been great to have them in this championship. And we're looking forward to what they can bring to the final round in Buriram.
Absolutely, absolutely indeed. In the Park Ferme, I know Daniel is in the scrum down there. A lot of Johor fans, they take their sport very seriously in the southern state of Malaysia. They have high demands, and season number 1 to still be in championship contention really is a proud moment for JDT and for Ducati. And let's get some post-race action, post-race reaction, I should say. Daniel Bogas is down in the Park Ferme. You can see him there, looking fit and well, fit enough to drive. Let's go down to Daniel to get some post-race reaction.
So Hafiz's redemption for you in race 2, managing a podium, but it looked a bit difficult for you this time round. Yuki's consistency again was amazing, but you and Nakarin were right on it. How was that race for you?
First of all, thanks to the team, because it never stopped working. We arrived in the midnight last night to understand, analyze everything, because the race 1 was very terrible. We didn't know why since lap 1 already near to crash high side, and we don't have any grip from lap 1 to lap 12 in the race 1, so totally a different bike in the race 2. So we always one step behind from others, because we don't have any data to compare or to improve the bike from last year or what. But we managed to make a great race in the beginning, almost half of the race, and then try to keep with other riders, especially Nakarin and Kuni. They have a little better in the middle of corner, more stability and more speed. So if you can see in the TV, sometimes I have a wobbles a bit, so difficult to manage with a lot of horsepower of the bike. But anyway, this podium is for the team, and also for Malaysian fans that support me, and also boy of street that come from far to cheer me, and this for Malaysian Day and for Maulidul Rasul for tomorrow, and nothing much better than this, and I appreciate single time.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Beautifully said. Big congratulations. And in second place for the ASB 1000 Race 2 is Nakarin Atirapuapat. So Nakarin, it was nearly a catching up game with Yuki, and at one point you and Yuki were having almost identical lap times, but this time Yuki just managed to get the gap early on. How was that race?
Yeah, this race I need to wake up more early because Yuki very fast and also her feet very strong today. I think my pace big improve a lot. I can make 0.6 average, but not enough. This is my experience. I will strong more in Thailand. Yeah. I want to say thank you my team and my sponsor and all my fans of Thailand and my family and who support me อยากจะขอบคุณแฟนๆชาวไทยทุกคนนะครับที่ให้กำลังใจผมและให้ผมได้มายืนจุดนี้ครับขอบคุณครับ
Thank you so much, Nakarin. We can't wait to see you in the home round, next round up in Buriram. Thank you, Nakarin. Congratulations. And race winner for ASB 1000 Race 2, a double win this weekend. It's none other than Yuki Kuni. Yuki, your consistency once again. Once you broke the pack, you managed to pull that gap just about close to 2 seconds, but then Nakarin started lapping in some good laps, but you held on all the way till the end. What a fantastic weekend this has been for you.
Yeah, be honestly, I'm really happy these are 2 wins because until this moment I was a little bit nervous for that. But in the beginning of the race, Hafiz is really strong on the fighting, and I was a little bit afraid for him because he's strong on the bike, also on the braking. But I know that I had more pace, so I was waiting until his start drop, and then after that, like I said, same yesterday. I'm really thanks for the team and all the fans, and also the championship now is really good. Yeah, I will try to focus until the last race.
Thank you so much, Yuki. Big congratulations to you.
Race 10 of the 12-race season in the ASB 1000 category at the Asian Road Racing Championship. Hafiz Sharin of JDT Racing, bike number 55, getting up to a flying start from pole position, but soon found himself under pressure from number 92, Yuki Kuni, the SDG Hard Pro racer, looking to pick up back-to-back wins. And there he goes a little bit wide, and you worried for him because he couldn't get beyond P3 after the first lap. But once he got in front, Barry Russell, there was no catching Yuki Kuni.
Yeah, once again, as we saw yesterday, Hafiz Sharin like a bullet out of a gun, and then we saw some instability on that Ducati, and as you said, mid-race, he looked to be working a lot harder than Nakarin or Yuki Kuni, so he was never going to quite get back. Pushed and pushed, he absolutely never gave up. As we look at Aslan Shah, there's another rider who never gave up, and it worked for him.
Brilliant performance from Aslan Shah, actually, on arguably or possibly his last ever race at Sepang in the Asian Road Racing Championships. He has actually put a real thorn into the side, into the championship hopes of Andy Farid, because as Yuki Kuni goes through and goes on to take the victory with Hafiz happy to hold on to a podium in P3. Behind them, the battle was really going on for who could get P4. A P4 for Aslan Shah would be great for him and his ego and his how he looks, but for Andy Gilang, it would be a real problem because it would knock him off the top of the standings.
Yeah, that's it. And so Andy had everything to go for, and I'm sure he knew it. He gave everything to get past the Malaysian.
Unable to do so though. Aslan Shah Kamrazam on a brilliant P2 yesterday onto the final lap. By the end, the gap was nearly 3 seconds between first and second. Yuki Kuni going on for a win double. I'm not going to say it was comfortable because it wasn't, but it was brilliant from Yuki Kuni. He led from the second lap on the way. Chip Nakarin would come through into P2 to keep himself in championship contention. Hafiz Sharin in P3 and a dramatic ending for P4. Aslan Shah, yeah, he's got that kind of ability, but the dancing belongs to SDG Hard Pro. That's how you do a wheelie, Aslan Shah. There's your winner, Yuki Kuni. Onto the podium, and in P3, good applause for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for JDT Racing on the Ducati. Said he had one or two problems holding it, but he's in a great position going into the final two races of the season.
Yep, Andy finishing 2 places behind him. Help keep him secure in contention.
Second place
And your race winner
going to
from SDG
Nakarin Atirapuvapat, Honda Asia Dream Racing. Very mature, he kept himself settled, but your winner, a win double for Yuki Kuni. And he's the form man going into the final 2 rounds.
Yes, he is. That was absolutely brilliant. He knew he had the pace, of course. You have to actually deliver it during the race, and he did it. And here you see once again today the joy of victory on the face of SDG team boss, Mr. Suzuki. Wonderful.
National anthem of Japan. Good way to end the day. First race of the day started with the Japanese national anthem for a champion Hiroki Ono in the TBS 1 make. The last national anthem of the day also belongs to Japan, Yuki Kuni. But this is a championship still with a long way to go. Hafiz Sharin from JDT Racing. A P3 for him, very much alive in the championship. A P2 for Nakarin Atirapuvapat on the Honda. Championship alive for him. Stefan Maki Karapier hands out the main trophy for the 2nd time this weekend to Yuki Kuni. And the team award to SDG Harkbro.
And the best team award for ASB 1000 race.
Mr. Tomohiro Yamashita, Deputy Managing Director of Idemitsu FIM Asia Pacific, hands the award to SDG Team Harkbro Honda Philippines.
Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiet and Mr. Tomohiro Yamashita to take a photo with our race winners.
Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, JDT Racing on the Ducati in P3. Nakarin Atirapuvapat for Honda Asia Dream Racing with a Stemo on the Honda in P2. Yuki Kuni, SDG Team Harkbro Honda, P1. And he is your new championship leader with 2 races to go. But this one is far too close to call. A shout out to Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, his last race at the venerable Sepang International Circuit ends with a very creditable P4. But here are your championship standings. Andy Farid Izdahar trails Yuki Kuni, your new championship leader, by 2 points. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for the debutant JDT Racing, just 5 points adrift. There are 50 points available in the final round of the season. Nakarin Atirapuvapat, otherwise known as Chip Nakarin, P4, only 14 points behind. Genuine chance of the title. Aslan Shah probably too far off to actually have a chance of a title, but could get a top 3. Tsuchiro Minamoto up to triple figures. He's 40 points adrift. Zakwan Zaidi for the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Asia, a competitive 88 points. Sho Nishimura on the BMW 4T KKR Racing team on 69. The end of a long day. We have one more event to go. Chang International Circuit, 6th to 8th of December. Looking back at Sepang Circuit though, by Russell, your memories of this fine day's racing?
Well, I think we should definitely remember and celebrate the championship of Hiroki Ono, and for the rest of it, for me, I could see the joy of victory on every podium. Rocco for TVS, Basrul for Cardinals, Ferozi for AP250, Azroy, the flag-waving Azroy, and team boss, Mr. Suzuki, gets my award for the smile of the day.
4 titles still up for grabs as we go into the final round at Buriram. From all of us here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit, Byros, myself, Des Corkill, Daniel Bogas in the pit lane, the team behind the team, the camera crew, the directors. Once again, it's been our pleasure and privilege to bring you the Asia Road Racing Championship in partnership with Idemitsu. We'll see you in Buriram in early December.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.